Welcome everybody to the live stream. We are in Aces of Thunder after 2 years of waiting. It is finally here for a closed beta test, which I have gained access to. Very, very grateful for that. So thank you for the devs. Thank you to the devs for this wonderful opportunity. As you guys are coming in, just let me know how this looks. Let me know if this audio seems balanced. What's up, Vasa? Hello, everybody. Guys, the goal of this stream specifically, which I don't do them very often, but the goal of this one is for you guys to ask questions and me to be able to answer them, just as if you guys were in here and were curious about things. Hello, everybody. Looking good. Wonderful. Hand controls are on the floor currently. Gotta pick them up. Hello. If you guys are watching the VOD much later on here, this is going to probably be a long stream. Ideally, we have some timestamps pinned for y'all, so you guys can follow those. Can we see a World War I test flight? Certainly. I really do like the World War I aircraft. So I think if we do a test flight, the way to do it is going to be through like a custom battle. Because I'm going to be using these PSVR2, I should probably put that in the title, PSVR2 controllers, okay? And the PSVR2 controllers, they don't have an extra button, or the button is a PlayStation button. So like the specific things to leave the menus once you're actually in a match don't work with these quite yet. They seem to be designed to Oculus. Here, I'm just going to edit this and put something in the title. Yeah. PSVR2 on PC. Oh. PSVR2 on PC. Wonderful. All right, beauty. Cool. All right, so the first question, of course, came in from One Dimensional Dave. Can we see a World War I test? Plopyat, you also... That's definitely not how you pronounce your name. You said, what VR do I have? So this is in a PSVR 2, but with a link to a PC. Do you think that the German Fokkers will get Flying Circus camos? I really hope. I think or know that it will be available on the PlayStation VR 1. So, Alex, no. I can say pretty confidently that this will not run very well on a PlayStation VR 1. Trust me, I had that thing. It's not going to do it. They would have mentioned it by this point as well, too. Did you tell you not to touch or interact or show anything before stream? Nothing, Kiwi Bird. Everything is on limits. I don't know if that's the correct term for that. World War II test flight. I'm doing a presentation on World War II, so I want to know more. Awesome. Well, you'll definitely learn something while we're in here. So the first thing that was asked was if I can do a World War I test flight. So we are going to do that. Very much. Ugh. So while I'm actually flying, I'm not going to be able to read chat very well unless I lift it up, and you guys will be able to tell. So sorry if I miss a few things. All right, hand control. Oh, I got to tab in. The audio is balanced well. We'll certainly have some World War II stuff. That is my jam. So that's where I know my stuff too. Okay. Yep. Let's get that. Cables are a little... There we go. Perfect. So, the World War I stuff is in this section over here. So these are your hand controls. Everything looks good? Yes? All right. So, Central Powers, you have 2 aircraft, and for the Entente Forces, you also have 2 aircraft. So the Sopwith Camel, we can go over here. Beautiful. And the SPAD. So you guys will recognize the SPAD and the Fokker DV2 as a D7, whatever, from the Great War event in War Thunder. So here it is. Let's actually take the triplane, and let's go into a very quick, yeah, let's just go to battle. Or no. Yeah, let's go to battle. This is sort of a quick load into kind of a single-player match at this point because we just get loaded in with bots. Let's see any questions. Hello. Still no HOTAS control. Still no HOTAS control. Correct. So we're going to be flying with the VR hand controls with the PlayStation. Kiwi Bird, the Corsair is paid access. I can only test fly it. Let's see. Yep, joining game session. So I can only test fly that. Can you stick your head out of the cockpit? Yes, you can, just like how it is in War Thunder Sim. Even though it's not about Ace of Thunder, do you think we will get a taste of World War I planes in War Thunder ever again? I really, really, really hope so, man. It was awesome. And not for naught, but like especially if this game doesn't take off, pun intended, then I would love it to really show up in War Thunder. It'd be amazing. Do you only have World War One? No, I have World War II as stuff as well. Can we see a closer look to the F4U? Yes, we can. I did post a video today, and that covers, like the first 10 minutes are kind of about the Corsair, so we do that. So this is what the menu is going to look like. You can choose your belts. I'm just going to take full tracer, just that way we can easily track stuff. You have your daily missions, so we want to destroy a few aircraft, obviously, and spend a few minutes in a battle. Let's turn the music up, add some ambiance. All right, and we're going to go to battle. So this is an air domination match. I'm going to reset that thing. And we're in a Fokker triplane, ladies and gentlemen. Very good looking plane. So you can grab the stick. There we go. And the throttle's down here or right here. So you can control either one. It's very interesting. I actually like, there's a thumbstick here. That's what I like to control for the throttle. Gives me a little bit more fidelity to it. Is the audio balance okay with the World War I stuff? The mic is kind of far from me. So the only thing I'm not using for the VR controls is the rudders. Whoa, that was close. Come on. There we are. A little rough. Oh, I forgot about the brakes. The brakes are inverted. That's the issue. So I'm actually holding a brake. Give me a half second here. This is very awkward. This is why I did not criticize the Upload VR stream too much when I was trying to watch. It's not picking up the foot pedals at all, actually. This is unusual. I didn't have this issue prior. We're just going to land, fully touch down, and I'm going to see what the controls did. Alright, so that's the menu. We're going to turn this thing around. So right, that's release. And that's on. Okay. On the stick. Trying this again. Yeah, where is the horsepower here? We are just a high-speed roller coaster on the ground. That's interesting. I was not having this problem before. Maybe it's because the stick is pulled all the way back. Here. I'll be a little bit more to the front. That was probably what it was. I sat too far back in the chair. Yep, we're airborne. Okay. So this is the speed gauge off on the far left. Sorry for that rough start. The speed gauge is going to be telling it in knots. That's what I've asked it to. This is one of the only World War I aircraft with speed gauges, and apparently it cannot handle a turn at 35 knots, which is probably to be expected. And then we're holding brake. Yeah. See, this is why I don't criticize other people too bad on their flying, because it's a little bit awkward. So I got to bring this whole thing a little bit closer to me. Okay, that's a little too close. There we go. So this there's like an invisible timer here, and this should be resetting how it is like in War Thunder Sim, where it's going to put me back onto the airfield. Hello, have I flown the Mosquito yet? Yes, I have. It's kind of fun. Hello. Are you going to watch the stream later? Hello, everybody. Guys, I'm trying to answer every question. Obviously, I'm going to have to take them one at a time. So I'm just trying to show off some of the World War I gameplay. Here's the true player experience, though. So you're going to have to endure this first. There we go. Yeah, so it's just about the seating and, of course, airspeed. So I can't pull up the gear in this. For all of the other aircraft, there seemed to be a knee pad, which you can write on. Yeah, there we go. This thing does create a lot of drag. I'm actually going to let go of the stick a little bit. So once I let go of the stick, the aircraft flies steadily. Now you'll know that if you have ever flown some of the low-tier stuff in War Thunder, this is not how biplanes or triplanes, in this case, perform. But it's how they work in Aces of Thunder. So the aircraft are auto-trimmed, essentially. Yeah, so speed 71. Feels very... Okay, that's what my issue was, too. When I hit that left stick, it also controls the rudder. So, you can click those triggers. So this, you would have like one on the throttle, one on the stick like this, and then press with both thumbs for the trigger. IRL, that's how it'd be. Here's your big old flare gun. Now this thing is not super fast, which is to be expected, right? Obviously you create a lot of drag. Let's check out the chat. Single player game, this is a test flight. So this is not a test flight. It's a beautiful map. This is considered the online matches. Obviously, right now, none of these names are particularly real people, but that's just because this is a closed beta and there's only a select number of people who have access to it. So we can see the battle happening over there, and there's a lot of barrage balloons and stuff here too. So if you guys watch my video on the Great War event that happened in War Thunder for the April Fool's thing, April 1st, you can tell that this is actually the same map that they did everything with for the Great War event. It's just modified, right? So they made the fields a different color. The battlefield looks fantastic. There's still a no man's land, and the lighthouse is over that way. The lighthouse is really the thing that gives this all away. So let's speed. Let's see speed. 97. Enough time to check chat here. Flare auto trim makes it less fun though. Maybe there will be a setting to turn it off at some point. I'm hoping that there will be. My sort of plea to the developers at this point is to give me two things. The ability to trim my own aircraft and the ability to have some mech controls. I'm a little bit of a nerd with the mech controls. Plus, I've been really flying the aircraft that are going to be coming to Aces of Thunder a lot to try to get good with them, but also to be able to tell you guys some of the more specific hints. And without mech controls, I kind of lose a lot of those specific hints, to be honest with you. So all these dots you guys are seeing are barrage balloons. And then obviously there's some aircraft, but most of these are barrage balloons, which are added over top of the map. And then there's your no man's land, mostly machine guns. We don't see any tanks or, oh, maybe that is a blimp. Yeah. Alright, so this is going to be a little interesting with the hand controls. But we are now in a fight. You can see some of the flak getting shot up at us. The Spads over that way. And here's a Sop with Camel trying to get a shot up on us. He's going to go underneath. Yeah, he's trying to chase this Fokker. Pull him back on. Oh, wonderful. Oh, don't hit him. Beauty. So it keeps all the fidelity of that Great War event, just without the HOTAS. I got to be very careful, especially with the slow speeds that we're doing. Beautiful. I don't know if I hit him there, but felt good. We're going to transition to this Spad. Oh, he's going to hit the dirt. Maybe not. Very nice. So this is generally what the World War I combat's going to be like. It feels amazing. Like, the closeness of the fights and everything that I said about the World War I event, it is totally and 100% transferable here. You just have, 2 extra aircraft you got to worry about. And a few less bombers. Missing him. Woo! So they did give these guys parachutes, and you guys will see why. They made a really cool death animation. Yeah, so speed doing 47. So I can't actually read that out there, but I can certainly see the number on top. Like, I can't read the actual dial itself. Gotta leave. Yeah, gotta get a little bit higher. I'm used to the vertical targeting, but at this point there's no way to turn that on. No way that I've seen. And we're also running fuel, or full fuel. There's also no way to turn that off at this point. But obviously things can change. Let's see, our speed doing 53. I think this is a pretty solid spot for the triplane to sit at. I'll get a nice little double. Come on. Oh yeah, we really minced his tail there. So you can tell it's the Sopwith, mostly because it's a darker color at this point. But if they do add a different camouflage, you can also tell because there's a cutaway right over top of the pilot. That's for visibility during their dogfights. Eating too much now. Gotta watch out for those barrage balloons. They're there for a reason. Whew. The Spad's got some cut to it. So honestly, this is really fun. And I'm just going to take a little break from the fight, just explore the map. So I'm flying with the thumbsticks just a little bit. Looks very nice. Looks very, very nice. So you can see the map. we have our lines. You got the machine guns. You got some heavier guns. There's no infantry, but you do have this cool area, which I had not seen before. Oh, it's very nice. So as far as the graphics go and some of the fidelity of things, I would say this is on the lower to medium end when compared to War Thunder, and I'm comparing it to War Thunder because that's where most of these assets and the physics and gameplay and everything is ported over from. So that's why I'm mentioning that so much. So you can see sort of the turret embedded into the ground and its firing. I think the firing effects, especially the smoke, are really, really, really well done. And now I want to test if the barrage balloons actually take you down. So the thing with the barrage balloons are these strings, the lines, the metal wires and stuff that keep them up. Oh, and they do. Nice. Okay, that's actually really, really awesome. This isn't. The World War I stuff is so loud. Can you guys hear me? Collecting pilots on my wings. All right, I'm taking more questions if anybody wants to add them in here. We are going to return to the home. Oh, that was continue. Let's go back to hangar. Those aircraft are quite loud. I did say I was going to check out some of the World War II stuff, so if you guys have any aircraft that you would like to check out for the World War II, feel free to let me know. So we destroyed 3 aircraft there. I guess they ended up crashing. Total score, and then we can see some of the objectives and what we've achieved. So I can... Oh, reward received. I guess we received that in a different menu. And then here is the leaderboard. These guys are all bots, so they don't get a specific score. The only reason it's bots when I click to battle right now is because there aren't enough players. So, where do I collect those rewards? Reward received. Daily you can change. Okay. So, these I can actually change. Daily task. You can change the daily task. The current task will be reset and replaced by another one. That's kind of an easy task. Use vehicle USSR. So maybe we'll hop into some Russian stuff. Let me read the chat here for a second. Hello, Soviet aircraft. Yeah, actually that's perfect. That lines up very well. Wonder if Japanese props are still crazy. We're certainly going to test it. Honestly, the goal with this stream at some point is to go through everything. And when I mean everything, I do in fact mean everything. All of the game modes. Everything in here. I want this stream to be exactly like if sort of what I would want as a viewer. Even if I don't see your chat right away. Because I'm in VR and I can't see the chat unless I take the headset off. That's just kind of the setup, unfortunately. Alright. So, Yak9T, which one do you guys want to see? Yak9T, LA5FN, Yak3, IL2. Anyone have any input? Let's go LA5, I see that. Did I try the back gunner support from Web? So, I tried everything I possibly could, and unfortunately, these things over here are locked. So, I don't know what that was that we saw 2 years ago in the release trailer. It was an SBD firing at not a Corsair, what am I saying? A Zero, and he was firing up to his left, obviously was back gunner support. So that could have either been something where you switch to the gunner as the pilot, or what I was really hoping for was a multi-crew situation. I would think if you're really trying to access the VR community, you have a pilot, and you have just like a dedicated back gunner would be, I think that'd be amazing. Alright, so let's go LA5. We're just going to go the normal to battles, just to keep it nice and quick. And you guys will see how this is set up. So, that's 5 seconds. We'll see the questions. Yak9. Sorry, I'm taking LA5. Is there a bot controlling the gunners? Yes, there is a bot controlling the gunner. When do you think the game will release? Summer? I don't know, right? So they've said before that we were going to be kind of expecting the game to give us a release date within the first 3 months. That's not here. We're well past Q1 at this point. Honestly, I'm thinking a Christmas release. I know the game feels polished. It hasn't bugged out on me like crazy yet. But just from a strictly marketing standpoint, I would say a Christmas time release. But this is also unusual, you know, letting me be able to test things, letting content creators be able to test things before we have a release date. So I just want to put this out here. The belts and everything are locked until I unlock them. Same thing with the secondary weapons. Like if we were to go down here to the IL-2, these are all locked except for those ones until we complete certain tasks. They're usually not very difficult tasks. Like this one, destroy 1 ground target. It's really not that bad. Destroy 10 ground or waterborne targets. It's really not that difficult. It's nothing like the spading process, right? Because the performance of the aircraft are all still there. So let's go to the LA5. I'm going to pop in an earbud. There we go. Beautiful. The balance and everything while I'm in the planes is okay? Yes. So let's close up the cockpit. And I believe we do that with a knob on the left side. Yep. So I can grab this and pull it forward. Something I was able to test yesterday is that you cannot pull this forward when you're at a high speed. So you do have to reduce engine temperature, or not temperature, you know, percentage. All right, let's see. Let's increase the throttle. So here's our little map that we get with the World War II aircraft.
And cover the Allied ones.
And cover the Allied ones. I don't think I've heard that specifically before. All right, let's grab it. Off brake. Got to remember that that's a press down because I can't invert my brake pedals. All right, we're taking off with the Yak-9T. This should be enough for us. Beautiful. Leading edge slats on the LA5 are amazing. And now we're going to pull back on the throttle percentage because we got to mess with our gear. Which, yeah, it is that. I was right. Hold on. Come on. Let's pull back on throttle. We'll go up. There we go. Should be up. And we can see if that's going up from those knots right there, those knobs. Whoa, did they go back down? No, it just reset the thing. All right, so this is the flaps. You push that forward to extend them. Pull it back. Okay. I know where everything is in the planes. I just haven't personally interacted with them. So that's fully retracted. Very nice. So here's all your oxygen. Everything pops up as you look at it. I have things set to feet and knots because I'm weird. Beautiful. So same thing. I let go of the controls and the aircraft flies perfectly steady. I can also fly with thumbsticks. Obviously it's a little odd. I can fly with my rudder pedals. And while I can map the axes to a HOTAS currently, I cannot map the buttons. So I cannot fire at the same time. And everything's inverted for my HOTAS. So like, if I were to pull back on the stick, I would pitch down. The aircraft would go like this. And that's extremely unusual, and I don't like having to relearn that. It's like trying to ride a bike backwards. It's really difficult for some reason. So you can see the fights developing over there, and we can actually look at our knee board, very similar to a realistic battle match in War Thunder. You can see the timer, the team's tickets, we can see the map that we're on, and generally where the enemies and allied forces are. Now you can't see allied air units, but you can in fact see and allied ground units and enemy ground units. So you can also see your daily challenges and just kind of the general tips for the match. All right, let's grab the stick. I have two Schwacks on this thing, which are 20mm cannons and should shred something pretty good. We're mostly going to be fighting 109s, and we can actually check that here. Yeah, so mostly G2 Trops, a few F4s, so you can see what the enemy are flying. So nothing that's going to be too sneaky with the with flying like all ground strikers or something, attacker aircraft. Yeah, so they're down there. It looks like one of our guys is having trouble, so we're going to roll in. I can't zoom currently. We're going to transition. Pull back. I'm full back on stick right now. We are having the, oh yeah, this is a 110. We're having the LA5 experience. Little tag on him. I don't think we took any damage there. Yep, nothing. It was a bad angle of attack. A little bit of a spark with the Schwack on the tail. The only thing I got to get used to is that when I look backwards, my VR hand doesn't move too much. Yep, so it does in fact have stall characteristics. Alright, we're going to go back down on that 110. Hold on, transitioning. I thought this was a fighter. Still a 110. We're going to try to get some far range shots on him. Mind you, this is without vertical targeting, so it might be a little difficult. Tag something. Come on, pull back. Probably just going too quick. We're going to overshoot. Do I have a tail? Nope. Yeah, gonna roll back on him. I want to try something. I want to try push in, flaps down to combat, reducing engine throttle and see if we can stick with them. Ooh, okay, that worked. So I can pull that back, and we are in fact blacking out. I actually like the blackout mechanic better than I do in War Thunder. Gonna dip beneath him. So he's still got the bombs on him. Let's see. So was that extended? Forward and back. Yep, alright. There's no flap indicator, so I kind of have to remember which setting it is. And I don't know if it's a push and then it goes, or if it's like a setting like a combat takeoff landing scenario. There's lots of 110s in here. Let's see if we can find a fighter. So your ammunition count and stuff is all down here, as well as your fuel percentage, which if you've noticed, has not decreased in the slightest. Well, yes it has. So 7 minutes. What am I looking at? That's engine throttle percentage. Okay. And then temperatures. IL-2 down there, catching some shots from the ground. Any other fighters in the area? Yes, there are. And we're over the battlefield. I guess that's the whole group of them. Anything you guys want to see specifically in terms of this dogfight? Oh, you want to see me black out? Okay, let's try it. Glug, 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 glug. Oh, there's a 109. Alright, let's pull back fully. We are starting to compress. You can hear it. Enemy IL-2. Interesting. Yep. Pulling all the way back. Oh, no, that's gonna mess with it. I don't know if that was a full blackout. Kept control pretty well. .109s? I don't know, guys. I tried pretty hard there. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity. Flat. Come on, flat. Flat. Maybe it's just a push and it'll go. Yeah, pull back. Oh, I did a poor job of keeping eyes on. 110. Yeah, plenty of fights around here. Honestly, it feels really good. I don't have any of the low pixel counts that I would see in War Thunder Sim, and sometimes those low pixel counts will make things dots from very, very far away. You can actually have better eyes when you're not zoomed in. It's kind of unusual, but I don't have that sensation here, which is a good thing. It's in terms of realism. I would say if you're used to VR and flight sims, it's more like an IL-2 spotting system than it is like a War Thunder spotting system. And when I say system, I mean just kind of what the enemy aircraft look like from a distance. The AI don't seem too interested in me. They're scared, I think. They know I have them surrounded. Oh, he's flying away from me. 6 is looking okay. By the way, this is why I don't normally stream War Thunder itself. All this flying in between is kind of boring sometimes. Yes, that's a Focke-Wulf. You can tell from the wings. Let's see if we can save our IL-2. Yeah, got his right wing pretty good. That IL-2 kind of did it himself, didn't he? I think that guy's going in. Yes, he is. All right. Bag 1 Focke-Wulf. Get the paint ready at the hangar. We're drawing something on our bird. So it does wing stall, even at 230. That's interesting. There's just some weird bits of controls, but I don't know what that is. Just because I'm in VR controls and I'm used to sort of the mechanical ones with the HOTAS, which is just a hands-on throttle and stick system, if you've never heard that term before. That's an IL-2. It's a player IL-2. So there are bots and there are player vehicles. And here are the ground units, so that is a convoy that they're attacking. there's plenty of stuff going on. The environment feels alive, and I gotta admit that without anything on the screen, it is incredibly immersive. Like, it's so promising. It really is. I mean, personally, of course, from a flight sim perspective, I would love it to be just a little bit more sim-y, but I get that it can't be what I want all the time. Totally understand that. And honestly, from a longevity perspective, if they're trying to preserve VR people to play this game, and that's all it's going to be, because you can't play this just on a flat screen, then that's kind of the way to go, right? Because you would think that if people are interested in VR and they've got the money for like huge and large or just complicated flight sim setups, that they're going to play games that are more complicated than War Thunder anyway. And even if they're not, then they have War Thunder itself. I'm going to get shot by the back gunner, I'm calling it now. Yeah, so I got to pull kind of far. Let's get underneath. Going under. Perfect. We're going to get a little close and then come up on him. Hopefully on that right engine, right wingtip. Oh, he's coming down for me. Hit him where I wanted. I don't know if we have a tail or if that was the gunner. We're leaking something, though. Yeah, we're hit pretty bad. Wow. Engine's dying. You can hear it. What do you guys think of the audio? Just from the game, not just my stream. A little poor. Come on. Unfortunate. Dude, the smoke from those 30s looks amazing. Well, how I wish I had vertical targeting. I think the gunner's dead. I'm gonna run out of ammo. Yeah, 62 left. Yeah, we did kill the gunner. Got him. Right where we wanted him. Perfect. He's going in. Nice. Alright, we're going to go into. See if we can hop into a different plane. There's no way for me to access the menu. There are for people who are using the Oculus controls, but it seems as though I'm missing a specific button. Alright, so this is what it does. So you get 1 life per aircraft. So I could choose other ones and keep flying, or I can do what we're going to do and just dip. Alright. Going back to hangar. Read in chat now, if anybody's interested. What level of sim is it? It is, if you consider War Thunder Sim to be an entry-level sim, this is even more entry-level than that. The physics are all there, though. It's just the auto trim that's a little odd. Looks like I unlocked something. Is there an option to invite friends into a lobby? I haven't seen anything, and all I see is go to battle. Friends and I will be disappointed. So yes, there is a way to invite friends. By the way, thanks for the donation. I just want you to personally know that unless I miss something else, you're the first donation I've ever gotten from a stream. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. I'll remember you, Mark. We can get reward here. This is the first time I've ever really felt like a content creator. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is interesting. New experiences. So this is the contacts. So you can use your ID. I don't know if I should be showing that. It's in here. I can hit account and privacy, and it'll show you an ID number. And I believe there will be a way to put that in. Or you can be in a match and like click on a name or something like that. I would assume that either through Steam or through whatever thing you're using, whether it's PlayStation, that you'll be able to invite people here. So I don't have any contacts yet. Join the battle and players who fought with you will appear here. Okay, so this only shows up after you're in an online match with somebody. At least at this point, that's how it's working. Unfortunately, I've only gotten into quote-unquote online matches. Oh, you can't see my air quotes. The online matches with bots, because there have been no people online. If anybody else has a Steam code and they are watching this stream, feel free to hop in. All right, let's see. That's astonishing. What's better, P-51 or the Spitfire? P-51, 100% Foxy. Have I flown all the aircraft available already? I've flown them a lot in War Thunder Sim, but not in here. So the aircraft I've flown, Yak-9T, LA-5. I've flown 109 F4, 109 or 110 G2. Not always live. A few of them are in the video that I posted a few minutes ago. I think so. Yes, training showed the UI and there is nothing. Yeah, I see you, Foxy. What level of sim? I already got that. I'm going to scroll back and see if I missed any specific questions. Do the World War I vehicles have any specific... Oh, single-player missions. That's a great question. Let's check. Game mode, single missions. Okay. Jungle, new recruits. Clouds. I thought that said circus. Wow. Okay. Accompany the new pilots on their first combat mission. That feels like a World War II one. I can just look at the date. Wow, yeah. 1945, 45, 45, 44. Jungle Cobra spotters? No? Second. No. So not the single missions, but we can check if there are any of these. And look at that. I'll be danged. Trying to keep the monetization. Battle of Ypres. I'm sure I'm saying that incorrectly. This looks like it's the same map as... Yeah, look at that. Look at all these sectors. Wow. That's really cool. See, this mission editor is very in-depth. It's promising, because in all of those sectors that you just saw, I can choose all of these things. At friendly rear, enemies behind friendly sector. I can choose the scenario, whether I'm flying a waypoint, combat patrol, free flight, head-to-head. The skill of the enemies, the skill of your friendlies, the time of day. Can I choose night? I can choose a night World War I battle. That's kind of insane. Weather, cloudy. Go absolutely storming. I want to see a storm. Anybody want to see a storm? A World War I storm. That does sound cool. I'm just going to read chat real quick. You said you hope Blackbird said, I hope the biplanes don't feel like they did in the World War I event. I quite like them. They're supposed to be underpowered. Sort of glorified kites. Mark, I saw a contact section, but if only mentions you played with others, doesn't seem like there's an option to. It'll be a huge deal breaker. Yeah, that's a good point. But you know, like, there's a lot of games that are like that, and then you can sort of add them in via, like, I know on PlayStation specifically, a lot of the invites aren't through the game at all. They're through, like, the PlayStation system. So I'm sure that's how it'll be there. I haven't been on Steam too much to know how it's like with that. But I would assume that they would have that worked out, especially since that's something that you can very easily do inside of War Thunder. And a lot of this menu system is sort of just reskinned War Thunder stuff. Except for that Battle of Ypres. That was not there before. Upsetting, but hopefully they'll be added later. Yeah. What's better, Mustang or Corsair? Oh, see, now you're getting into a debate, but I don't know if I got the time for that. Maybe once I get a little bit bored in the flights. If your toilet is purple and the sky is, I'm going to ignore that one. Sorry, Foxy. Generally, I actually think the Mustang is better, but Corsair, especially from a new player perspective, is going to be fantastic. We're going to fly this single mission. I'm going to take the other one. Actually, I'm going to take this one. Ooh, stop with Camel. Yes, let's go ahead. I haven't flown that one yet. And the reason I'm saying that the Corsair is easy to fly, let's see. Yep, so same map. It's got the automatic flap retraction, so it's impossible to rip them. The gear is also impossible to rip. It's literally a die break. The cockpit is probably the best in the entire game as far as the aircraft that are coming, except for, obviously, the open cockpit ones. Yeah, we'll go Sector 7. You know, that number's done me some good. We'll go at friendly rear. Completely flip the battlefield. Head-to-head combat? Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Back up. There we go. We'll go Allied Aircraft or Rookie. And their average. Yep. Nighttime Storm. Let's see how this goes. I'm excited. Oh, I see your concerns, Blackbird. Just inaccurate because this sped actually had pretty good climb performance. Guys, am I in the air? Whoa. This is actually terrifying. Okay, altitude there. I have no speed indicator. Oh my god. This is like the worst flying on instruments experience ever. Oh, I wish I could just turn the light out. Is this a light? I'm so stupid. Okay. New aircraft. Haven't flown this one before. Maybe not the best scenario, too. I'm going to be flying via light. Like tracers. This is insane! Oh my god! Okay, this is sick. High max engine RPM. I'm sorry. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, the humanity! That is insane! I have to wait a few seconds and it's gonna kick me out. Whoa! This is amazing. Dude, that's really, really freaking cool. The searchlight is such a cool touch. I want to, like, fly down to see what the searchlights look like. We're going to retry this here in a second. Oh, okay. Alright, we're doing it right now. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, does this thing have a speed gauge? Some of these World War Ones don't. Oh my gosh, it does. Nice, let's go Sopwith. So, I'm kind of scared of the Sopwith because it's historically killed a lot of its own pilots. Yeah, okay, wow. There's sort of a moonlight. There's a storm going on. I'm not seeing any lightning, per se. I'm also not feeling any turbulence, but obviously that's a difficult thing to measure. Just because of all the weird control inputs that are going in right now. Look at this, man. That is crazy. That's actually like Star Wars. That's like realistic lighting for what a Star Wars space battle would look like. Everything is pitch dark. I wish there was a way to turn this cockpit light off. I think that would balance sort of the light source a little bit better. Let my eyes adjust. But maybe that won't matter because we're flying directly into a searchlight. Oh, are those ground forces? Yeah, okay. So they actually function too. That's really, really neat. There's a machine gun shooting up at me. We're about to get Red Baron, guys. I mean, wrong side of the battle, but you know what I mean. So is this a truck? Yeah, I got no kneeboard. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Anti-air battery. I wonder what that is. We're gonna get super close. Oh! Okay, yeah. Whoa! The elevator is so touchy! Is that just a light source? It's coming from a tree. Oh, we're so dead. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if that was me. The elevator was really, really, really kicking in the negative direction there. Very interesting. I think he said he's using a PSVR2 earlier. Yes, I am using a PSVR2 on the PC. If you were given the chance to add one aircraft of your choice to each nation, which one are you taking? Joey with the deep questions here. Not that that's super deep, but you know what I mean. Making me think. Yeah, so this is actually a good opportunity to look at the searchlight. I think it's just kind of coming from a tree. How do I leave? See, that's the problem with this. Because I have no button. I wish there was a way for me to bring that up. But I can't. I cannot bring up a menu. So literally, I think in order to get out of this, I have to... Right now, just because of a control issue with the PSVR2 hand controllers, I actually have to back out of the game. I think that's how this is going to work. So let's see if my stream absolutely freaks out. Give me a second. I'm just going to hang the head over the side of the cockpit. Tell me what you guys see. Looks like a whole lot of black to me. Alright, we're going to dip out of this. That didn't shut down the stream, did it? Alright. Foxy, I'm still thinking about your question, by the way. Alright, so that might shut off, but this still should be working. Alright, relaunching ACES. Yeah, okay. It's still running? Still running? Come on, give me an update, YouTube. Perfect. Are we all good? Did I make a new account for it? No. I did not. this going to pick back up? Hold on. I don't know how much of a delay this is. We back? Come on. There we are. Okay. It is back. Alright, sick. I'm going to take this just as a quick pee break. You guys debate with... Just look at all Joe's questions. I'll be right back. Literally 30 seconds. Okay, and we're back. I drank so much water to make sure I could just talk forever. Joe, to answer your question, I would like to see the Warhawk. Of course, I love the Warhawk. But I think for the Americans, I'd want the P-38 more than anything. The cockpit's amazing. It'd be fantastic for ACES. I think Germans... I kind of want to see a 410 or maybe some type of night fighter. I think that'd be pretty cool. Oh, posting paused. No, the TikTok stuff didn't go live. Really? Come on. There it is. All right. Honestly, beyond any addition to the aircraft that we have, in terms of like each nation, the one that I would really want to see is a whole new nation. And it's Italy. Give me Italy and I'll be a happy man. Alright, and we are fully back. I saw somebody ask how I was seeing chat, and it's me lifting up my headset. When it comes to Russia, I think some of the aircraft I would want to see would be like a MiG-29. That'd be fantastic, especially against this World War I stuff. Be really sick. Alright. Let's see. What are some other questions? What's some stuff we can do? Any aircraft anyone wants to see? Any specific game mode? When is this coming out? I have no idea. It's, as far as I remember, kind of unusual to have a beta test before a release date. I could be incorrect about that. I haven't followed a game in a while. That usually keeps my game, or my enthusiasm for the gaming industry kind of low. Let's see, it's just Mosquito, but way better. Now that you're on PC, will you try other sim? Yeah, so I have IL-2. I just can't seem to find a way to get it to record very well, which is why you guys haven't seen it. F4U. Let's see. Let's go with the with the Corsair. So I'm not gonna fly the Corsair right now. You can take a good look at it if you want to. Sorry, excuse me. If you want to see the Corsair, I did make a video, posted it a few hours ago, where I do some flying with it. If I do a naval aircraft, I'm going to take some other ones, just because the only thing I can do with this right now is test fly it, and if I test fly it, I have to do what I just did and completely back out of the game in order to leave, just because of the weird PSVR2 controllers right now. So I'm not going to fly that right now. Maybe at the very end. It's just kind of a specific quirk with that plane. Let's see. Does a Spitfire sound like a Spitfire? Let's see. Let's go to the Spitfire. I actually haven't flown this one yet. Let's hit to battle. Wait about 15 seconds. It certainly looks like a Spitfire. Malcolm Hood and all. Very nice. This is the one with the 20 mils. It's the Mark 5B. So I need to see that thick pane of glass. What are you which one? You got any bombers that you can fly? There are some bombers, but they're mostly classified as attackers. So things like the Mosquito, or things like the IL-2, SB-2C. I think the SB-2C-4 is the heaviest bomber we're going to get at the start. Unless you want to count like the D4Y3. Alright, let's see or hear what the Spitfire has to offer. And we'll see if this one is easy or hard to fly. This looks like El Alamein to me. Beautiful map. I actually quite like El Alamein. It's pretty neat. I've been trying to get into Hell Let Loose to Brook. I heard that released like a week ago, but I can't get into that an actual Tobruk match. I'm kind of upset. Oh, IL-2 armor front. That's what you guys were talking about. Alright, we're going to reduce throttle here. I've flown this thing a lot in sim, so this will be interesting. The mirror is good. Can I finally grab the big ol' bob? Yeah, look at that. Wow, that's sick. So landing gear should be up here. We're just going through orientation. Obviously, I probably can't interact with that right now. Trimmer. That's an interesting name for that. Really? What? Oh, this is the flaps. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, so flaps are up. Can I not? Maybe I can once we're in the air. Yeah, and then gear is down here. Can I try to pull the gear up right now? I don't think I can. No. Alright, so throttle. No mech controls. Nothing that's interactable down here. Except for the throttle. And, of course, the stick. Off brake. High max engine RPM. I think it'll live. Tandem takeoff with this Spitfire. We're going to get out of mech. Or wet. He's lifting off. We're lifting off. He's got the flaps out. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Alright, we are going to take control at left hand. Pull gear up. Pull gear up. Pull gear up. Whoa! Why is that? Oh, I didn't let go. I tried to grab it with my right hand, but weird controls with that. Alright, so we're going to get into the bombing. I forgot. You don't actually have to hold the grip button. You have to just tap it, and I keep holding it, and then when I release it, it doesn't, it doesn't track that I let go. Alright, so here's the Firefly. We're just going to go through a ground attack aircraft. Off brake. So what do you guys think? Did that sound like a Spitfire? I would say this doesn't sound like a Firefly. But it does still sound like a tractor, so they got that right. And that's honestly all I need to know that I'm in a Firefly. Can I grab the gun? No, that's not a gun. I know it's a flare pistol. We're going to pull the gear up. Right? Yep, pull the gear up. So notice how they separated the tail hook and the gear control. Can I open? Maybe that's not where it is. Oh, that's definitely where it would be. Pull back on throttle. So there is haptic feedback when I'm sitting in WEP. So WEP is war engine power. You can see down here it pushes it into the red. So that's really getting everything that you possibly can out of the engine. It's going to make the aircraft rattle, which is why there's haptic feedback through the hands. Fuel gauge, gear, control stick, fuel, multiple fuel gauges. They all show you the same thing. So IRL, this would be like either extendable, not extendable, that's extra fuel tanks hanging from the bottom of the plane, or, and then this would be like the internal fuel, or these are separate ones in the wings, something like that. And these would give separate readings depending on how much fuel based on weight is in either one. But now we just have a timer. So 640 rounds of 20 mil. These should be the Mark 5s, very fast firing 20s. I'm gonna read chat here. Hello, a Sea Fury would be amazing. Fly with the canopy open. I tried. I did try. It won't let me grab it. Maybe if I reduce throttle. Yeah. I mean, feel free to let me know if I'm the stupid one. But I don't... It's not even popping up as something that is grabbable. Everything else pops up when it's interactable. Yeah. I can't. Sorry about that. Not at this point. I'm sure that's something that they will be working on. And the gear hook and the gear for landing gear are all connected. This one actually does come in knots. Look at that. El Alamein. So this is a ground battle normally. That's where I tend to fly it, where the airfield is both on that ridge and on that ridge with a ground battle in the middle. And I usually am bombing like whirlwinds or something. Alright, let's get into the fight. I don't believe that we have bombs. Yeah, we did not take bombs. Let me read in chat. Let's see. Does the flying feel the same as War Thunder? So, Soto, the feel of flying in terms of VR, yes. The actual controls, no. Because as you can see, it sort of just flies itself once I let go of the control. Even with a HOTAS, it seems that it auto-trims. Maybe that will change. Maybe that will change. But as of right now, when you let go of the controls, it's kind of like flying a jet, right? So you don't feel the engine torque because the plane is always auto-trimming it out. And like when you take off, you're just take off dead straight because of that same reason. 110. We're gonna grab the stick. That was another Firefly. Let me try to take a head on with this guy. Really? Okay. I was pretty confident with that one. I want to say 109. Leaning more towards Focke-Wulf as we're getting closer. There's a Focke-Wulf. Concerned. You don't really want to follow him up if that guy's on our tail. This one does not have a back gunner. Oh, we're going to turn in on him. Yep, he's not on us anymore. Oh, is that guy a friend? Oh, it was a Typhoon I misidentified. Or I lost who I was actually tracking. That looks like a P-63. That might be dumb. Oh no, he's a friend. Any 109's up. Okay, so only a few people in this map. Still a Typhoon. So we'll attack that 110. Whoa. He's up. Yes, that's a Typhoon fighting a 109. And I think these are mostly friendlies around here. I don't see where the flaps are. I'll be pulling them right now. We are cooking that engine. Not going to follow him through this. We'll let the Typhoon have a shot. We're just going to sit underneath. Out of wet. Rolling over. Oh, this will give us a good shot. From range, but it'll give us a good shot. Come on. Man, that's so finicky. Okay. Ah! Focke-Wulf. 109. It's over there. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Got a good enough airspeed to stay in this fight. Typhoon's getting beat. There we go. Focke-Wulf down. Nice shooting from me there. We'll pat on the back. Where's the 109? So that should have been him down. Yep, so only 3 of these guys left. See, I was debating flying with just the thumbsticks, but then you get close and you get to where you actually need to shoot, and it gets very difficult to be precise. Whoa. What's up, Ant? Yeah, those guys gained altitude for that fight. What a 63. No, it's an SB2C, so we do have some American bots. Yeah, and these guys are doing all the work. Maybe we should help them out with the ground striking, since that is kind of our role. Yes, there's some bunkers, which I don't know if we can crack these. And then, of course, some howitzers, which we're going to come around on. Are they up on the ridges? That'd be pretty accurate. Whoop. Not seeing up any. Not seeing any. Gonna hit it. Yeah. It's hard to control. I would love my HOTAS. Okay, let's see chat here. They should really just take the sim game mode and expand it. What's the most annoying plane you have flown so far? In this one, some of the World War I stuff is a little difficult. Just because you're trying to balance the airspeed, and normally with a HOTAS you get some feel through it, but you don't so far. I haven't flown the Mosquito, I think, for a long time. That one will probably give me some troubles. Maybe I should have there, but I wanted to show off some of the Firefly. Alright, so we've shown off the USSR aircraft. Let's see if we unlocked anything, or if we got any reward. Okay, so once the daily tasks are done, they don't redo themselves. So I have unlocked one camo, and look over at the decals. Wonderful, show unlocked only. And I should have a few, so Japan, USSR, and then I can select, I can select it, right? And then do I, oh, I do, okay. And then I can walk over to the plane and throw it on. I don't know how I invert it. I don't think I need to, though. Yes, this is supposed to be upside down. It's kind of large for my plane. I'll put it right there. Okay. Did that show up on both sides? It did not. Alright. That's sick. So Yak 9T is now this bluish gray color. I'm going to read chat. Is there a J2M2? Yes, there is. Is it actually separated? America with America, Germany with Germany? Yes. So I have not flown in any of the online battles where it's a mixed battle. Now, I think that's amazing. You want to have sort of a predictability in the matches, and also a historical value into the matches, right? You don't want America fighting Great Britain all the time. It's very fun when it's just like Great Britain versus allies. Ha! That's completely the wrong thing to say. Germany versus the allies. Or Japan versus the allies. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way, Gunner. I'm gonna have to go flying. I got big test for it. Okay, nice. Best of luck, Vasa. What I saw, when you die you can respawn, but not with the same aircraft. Correct. That is the case for the online matches. Mr. Charlie, they should really just take the sim game mode and expand it. How sensitive are the zeros? Let's fly Japan. I actually haven't touched them. Let's see. Somebody had asked about the J2M2, so let's take that one. Kind of a fat bird. Big old wheel. You ever notice that? Huge wheel. Oh no. The Kurt Cobain POV meme. We should be getting in. Sick. I need to drink some water. Joe. My choice of aircraft would be the P-38. For Japan, it'd be a float plane, or the Ki-45. I like the Ki-45 a lot. Oh, this is cool. Operation Iwo Jima. Okay. For Great Britain, it'd be the Hurricane. Germany. Germany's kind of hard. ME-262. Give me a 262. And what's the last one? Give me a MiG-3. I just like the way it looks. Alright, J2M2. Gonna take default. Mind you, this is what is completely playable in an online match. So, big old cockpit here. Wow. This is where they throw all the sumo wrestlers into? Holy cow. Let's close up the cockpit. So there is cockpit controls for this one. And then stick. Guns. Is there a way to unjam them? No. But I don't think they jam in the first place. You can overheat them. Kamikaze attack. Cover the kamikaze attack. What? That's kind of sick. Alright, let's go. I'm going to be firing MGs and 20 mils here, so I just want to say that there is a way to separate the small caliber and the large caliber. I just don't have that binded because I only really have one trigger. Should have figured out where the gear was. Mistakes have been made. Not there, not there. Oh, I swear I knew where this one was. Oh no. I'm at the end of the cable. Hey guys, does anybody know? Where is my landing gear? Gear. Yes. Eh. Perfect. Okay, the kamikaze attack. So it's to our left. Oh, okay. So here is Iwo. Beautiful, beautiful map. Aw, dude, Iwo is so underutilized in War Thunder. It's crazy. Oh, and cockpit light automatically went on. I did not flip that on. I prefer to fly with the cockpit light off, so I just personally, I would want to separate that. It seems, according to the map, that there are plenty of naval ships out here, and I want to check it out. I don't know what all those allied forces are. Yeah, so hold and defend Iwo, cover the kamikaze attack, sink all US ships. Ha! This is actually sick. I think the sun is setting just because that's the westward position, but I'm going to pretend like this is an early morning invasion or something. Are you using a stick or controllers to fly? If controller, how does the controls feel? So I'm not with a HOTAS, but I am with the PSVR2 VR controls. I would say they actually feel pretty good, especially as far as, you know, VR hand controls go. These feel pretty solid. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's some cool haptics with them. So, like, if I go into WEP, you'd see that increase massively there. Everything starts to vibrate. It's pretty sick. The only thing that I would wish is that I could add some linearity to the actual sticks here, because I can fly with the sticks on the hand controls, or I could grab it. Yeah. Oh, that's a flap knob on top? What in the world? Okay. Very weird. What? What? Are they out? I don't think they're out. So that's all the ships. That is your landing force, led by a battleship. That is dope. And here are some aircraft that we need to attack. Yeah, we're catching flak now. Alright, let's see what we find. Let's see if these are naval-based aircraft. Oh gosh. These guys diving in are all enemies. I think that was a 47. D-22. I don't know if we have a tail here. Rudder kicking over. It's hard to get your bearings without looking down, which is good. Yeah, we hit that 47 pretty solid. That's a 51C. Oh my gosh, they're just coming out of the freaking woodworks. Visibility is not as good as it is in Sim, but that's not the worst thing ever. Yeah, there's two 47s that are flying together. Let's take out the wingman. Come on, pull up. Ah, I just want vertical targeting, man. I think that would have hit it. We did come in with pace. Let's see if we can knock off this 51. Yeah. Oh, I thought we got his tail. We're still here? Yep. Solid hits. Really solid hits. I think that's another 51. We're in transition. We're transitioning to the 47. Nothing. Came in with a little too much pace. We're dumping for energy, or for maneuverability. Yeah, his tail's gone. Switching. Oh, that's embarrassing. It's a bad miss. Could add a double. You do have to reduce engine temperature, or percentage. Oh gosh. Defensive. By switching to this guy who's focused on me. God, Vergable. Blacked out shot. Come on. Yes! He's down. And we're off. A little fancy roll. Going back to the 47. That guy's going to be on me in a half second here. Oh, yep. We're out of 20. That's going to be an issue. We're just down to 7.7s. I think we did get a good hit on the 63, though. Defensively, I don't know how I would use the flaps very well. There is a way to bind buttons to flaps up and flaps down, though. You don't have to use that. Reducing throttle. The blackout is really well done. If there's any aircraft that is not super dangerous down here, it's this 63, but we're targeting them anyway. Oh no, that could be a water. Never mind, we recovered well. We're gonna extend just a tad and then come back. Oh god. See, that's on me. That's just me turning around and not keeping my hands steady.
Objective complete.
Maybe I should let go when I fly backwards like this. Yeah, I should just fly with the thumbstick. Guys, am I getting sweaty in Aces of Thunder beta? I think I am. Fully with bots. So ammunition did not redo itself for the cannons, but it did for the MGs. Or didn't for the MGs, I'm just not out of ammo yet. Going for the 63. Full engine power. We're overcooking there just a tad. Oh, 47. I'm not going to target the 47 just because I don't think a 7.7 or two 7.7s can bring him down very well. I just got to lead so much more than I'm used to. We're going to collide if I go for that. Sorry, Zero. I'm really leaving you out to dry on this one. Or to wet, depending on how much of a pun guy you are. Here's our chance. So. Ah! Guys, I know we were here to escort the kamikaze attack, but I think I know what we have to do. I think I know what we must do. So landing forces. Oh my gosh, the ship is sinking. And there's a whole second fleet. I'm sure that's aircraft carriers back there. Yeah, so these are considered freighters, but we're going for them. We're going to bring down these landing craft. Oh, I think I went through the plane. Or through the ship. Nah, this is what it is. That was pretty sick. Let's try to bomb them. D4Y3. Hello. Do I touch grass? Foxy, I don't know what is that you're talking about? When can we expect release date? George, sometime within 2025. I'm glad I'm here to help. To battle. I just don't know, man. They haven't told me anything. I promise you they haven't told me anything. Alright, let's see. Yeah. How do I... kind of hurt my arm. How do I do this? Is it this one? Oh, it's a roll. Yay, look at that. So I do actually have to do this motion with my hand. Look, hey, come back here. Perfect. Any other questions you guys got before I go bombing? For the next nation that you fly, the nation's accent the entire time you fly it. Yeah, I'll go America. By the way, saw tracers under your nose flying left to right. Is there visual damage without anything coming off? That's a great question. That's a great question. I haven't seen that specifically. I'm going to have to test that out. Will I be doing a community event on the release date? Of course. Of course. Can I fly with the canopy open? Yes, and I will, just now. Will this work with PSVR on PS4? No. This will be a PS5 game from the looks of it. There we go. Because it's going to be on PSVR2. Let's see. How will HOTAS work alongside motion on PS? That's a great question. I would love to see it. I'm assuming, just assuming, that it's going to be how it is. Oh god, that's so loud. Tell me if you guys can even hear me anymore. How it is going to be with, like, games like... fuck me. There it goes. You guys wanted to fly with it open? Hold on. I'll answer your question in a second. Hey, stop it. Yeah, so you can fly with it open if you want. It's just going to do the thing like how it does in War Thunder where... Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it's going to do the thing like how it does in War Thunder where it's going to want to like automatically close a few times. It's ungodly loud, so... Yeah. Oh, look, it's difficult to do because I'm going fast. And now it won't go at all. Now it'll go a little bit. That's all because of the speed that I'm traveling at. That's kind of cool. Alright, there we go. Is Gaijin watching this? Maybe. I don't know. One of you guys are undercover. Want to out yourselves? Let's see. Will they explore the option of hand detection? Can't remember tech name. You know what? I haven't heard anything about hand detection. Oh, I was answering a question. Oh, the gear. Rest in peace. I didn't feel a lot of air resistance. Grab it. There we go. Gear's coming up. Yeah, so answering that one question. Yeah, I know in GT7 it's kind of either or, so I'm not sure how it's going to be incorporated. So the bombs, control select, you saw that? Oh, control stick, I'm stupid. So flaps, is that a button? No, it's still going to be a dial. Anything about bomb release? Oh, back gunner. Yeah, we got a tail. Oh gosh, it's 63. I'll roll underneath. Broke them off. There's two of them. Oh, it did the dive bomber thing where it dumped all its energy. Okay. Yeah, 51C and a 63. I think we only got 7s on this one. I still have the bombs on me. Let's see if I can drag them into a bomb release thing. They still on me? They are. Oh! What? That's so weird. That's such a weird way that they have that set up. Okay, so just to run you through, I dropped a bomb. It did not have a delay. I did not see any way to set a delay. Right, there's no way to set a delay. Negative. Nothing. Negative, no, nothing. Yeah, there's no way to set a delay. So it exploded immediately, blew up my tail, and the death animation is just a slow fade to black, even if you get shot in the forehead. It's kind of weird. Alright, let's see. So let's really fly an aircraft that's kind of touchy. And very easy to fly. Or not, because we're run out of tickets. Hello, chat. Hello. How did I get the closed beta? They sent me a link. Let's see. So that combined with HOTAS would be sick. Yes, it would. Allowing you to interact with games. Yes. Oh, I did something. Destroyed 5 enemy aircraft during evening, night, or early morning. Beautiful. 2,200. A few guys killed. No real players. That's to be expected. All right, what else do you guys want to see? We've flown Central Powers. We've flown some Entente stuff at nighttime during a thunderstorm. That was pretty sick. USSR, Germany, USA. Any types of game modes via the single missions, anything like that. Foxy asked me, do I play any instruments like trumpet or guitar? No, I'm pretty musically declined. I'm pretty bad at anything music related. Wait, in the final version, is there going to be a campaign or multiplayer or just single player, but no campaign? So the match that we just flew, that Iwo Jima match, that would be considered an online battle. The only thing is that there's not online people to be online with. So these are single missions that you can do, as well as a very extensive mission editor for many, many different aircraft. And this is actually based on the aircraft that you have selected. So like, if I go over to Japan and I want to do A6M3, I'll go to Game Mode, Mission Editor. I can do the attack on Pearl Harbor. I can do the Battle of Midway. I can do the Battle of Saipan. And all of these things have different sectors, and they have a bunch of different ways to fight. So like the scenario that you want to set, the difficulty settings, and even like if you want to fly at fog at 8 a.m. in the morning or 10 a.m. or noon or something like that, you can do that here. Lots and lots and lots of different customization. They even had it for World War One, which we haven't seen before. It was the Battle of Ypres, which I promise you I'm saying that wrong. All right, going over here. What do you guys want to see me fly out of all that? Wow, fix your gear, dude. Lock that thing. You got beta AKs. Oh, that's nice. Are they going to add the Tempest or ME-262? So the 262 is odd because they showed it off in like a short with a fighting in a P-51, but I haven't seen it anywhere. Obviously, it's not here. I'll go to info. Yeah, it's not here. So yeah, and I haven't seen it as like an AI anywhere either. I got questions. Later, we need to see the P-51 flown without full flaps and broken landing gear. You know what? I second that, and I did say I was going to fly US next. So let's go P-51 C-10, one of my favorite aircraft of all time. And I want to show off one thing to y'all. There we go. So the custom skins is one of the aircraft that has them. With the kitten and these ones, obviously these ones are in War Thunder. This is an ode to the Red Tail Squadron, and their specific nose jobs, or paint schemes on the nose. Yeah, let's just go to battle. P-51 C-10. We're gonna pull the flaps all the way up. We need to see the. I got questions later. Anyone else have questions as I'm waiting for this? Turbo, you asked, are there going to be DLCs? Well, see that little word pack right there? That has me a little bit concerned, since that most of the time it seems as though they've kind of... Oh, wait, what? Am I going to take off from... Can I take... Oh, I can't. All right, default belts. I'll get to that explanation in a second. What carrier are we on? It's like an Enterprise, maybe? Yeah, I mean, they've kind of said that everything's going to be unlocked. Oh, no, it's not an Enterprise. Look at this turret. Ah. Yeah, everything will be unlocked upon purchase of the game is a statement that they made a few months ago, if not a year ago at this point. So that is what I was expecting. But that word pack, it could mean a few things, but it does say purchase also when I click on the F4U-4. All right, so throttle's right there. Flaps are going to be down there with the gear, except it's a little knob all the way back here, which might... Oh, shit. I hear something ripping. Oh, it's stuck. That's why. Okay. Yeah, so it's that knob down there. Let's see what the actual mission here is. Destroy the enemy base and ground vehicles. Where are we? I don't know what atoll this is. Is this meant to be Saipantinian? Seems a little small. Wow, now that isn't small. Holy cow, what a fleet we got going down here. Oh my gosh, they've outdone themselves. Wow, that looks sick. Yeah, with the landing craft in front. Proper invasion forces. Really, really sick. Wow. Yeah, are those landing craft? I think they are. That's super cool. So the air domination, of course, is we have to capture that airfield. I don't think this is Saipan. Somebody please correct me. It's definitely not. It's some atoll that I can't... Oh, here they live. Ha! Look at that. Literally says it. Will they add more aircraft after the release? Yes, they have said that they are going to add more aircraft after the release. So with the game editor, these can be flown without being online, kind of like campaign. Yes. Yes, they can. And it's very, very in-depth. You can, like, do whatever scenario you want. It's really, really cool. Alright, so what are we fighting? We can see the enemy aircraft, so these are all Japanese, which is interesting to note, because it seems that until we flew the Japanese aircraft, we had only fought in the Eastern Theater, like in the European Theater, during these online matches, which are, of course, are being flown not against online players right now, because there's nobody online, since this is a closed beta. Alright, let's see. That looked like a 63, I was about to say. His name wasn't popping up. Sure looked like a 63, though. Oh, here we go, key 61. Bad shots. Gotta go up and come back around. We're gonna sit and wet. I think that 63 is diving away. Not 63, 61. Gonna keep some energy. Flying with the thumbsticks. Here we go. Who is that up top? 51. Ruddering it over. Oh gosh. J2M2. This is our main foe. I just have difficulties with it pulling back when I'm in the VR controls. Might have a shot. Nice. He missed. God, that's an aggressive pull-up. Normally I wouldn't be following that, but they're all bots in here. Wow, that is really crazy. Pull back, dang it. I go underneath. At least it's not an 84 I'm fighting. Huh. Can we save the ally? He's so aggressive. I want to black out. Oh, finally got him. Yeah, we weren't overheating. That's nice to see. Gotta cover our landing forces. I'm gonna switch off that controls mode. Is that a 61? It is. Shoulder shooting at 63. Ah! I was about to say I don't really care, but, you know, there's now a part of me missing, and I'm sure a larger part of him missing. Is this the Japanese fleet? Oh, look at that. So we're both... Huh. Yeah, so both sides are invading. Interesting. Full left rudder, full left aileron, but we're going to be going into the drink. I want to take the naval aircraft, the SB-2C. Can't see underwater at all, unfortunately. All right, questions. Oh, see you, Foxy. Thanks for showing up. Can I open a custom server with the game editor? Yes, you can. Um, are you the only person with this closed beta, or am I stupid? Turbo, I don't think you're stupid. So I'm probably not the only person who has it. You think there's going to be something similar for tanks, like what IL-2 Tank Battles does? I don't believe so, at least not at the start. Thanks for doing this, man. Check the stream from the beginning tomorrow, huh? Something I've been wondering is how realistic is flying through clouds? That's a great question. So I only flew through clouds in the middle of the night, but I can certainly check it out. Let's go with the SP2C. I just want to take off from the carrier, and I don't think these clouds are particularly low, but we can check it out next match. Perfect. Off break. Come on. Off the side. Just, oh, it throws you off. Just like this. Oh, I really don't like that. Gear up. Oh my gosh, I'm reaching so far down. Yeah, gear up. The flaps are down here. So that's interesting. So the flaps are on the far right side, so that's only going to really be used for landing. Yeah, that's hard to use in a combat situation, unless you're left-handed. And even then, you got to let go of the throttle a lot of the time. And there's no way for me to change my view. Like I can't go into a bomb site. The bomb should be this button. I don't know what that one is. There's no way to open the door. And is this an instant drop? Doesn't feel like an instant drop. But this does have... has a bomb bay, which is why I'm wondering these things. Alright, I'm going to go down, and we'll try to drop, and we'll see what it does. I have no sound cue that it dropped. Okay. Well, that's accurate. They got that right. About the SB2C. Holy flat spin. Luckily we caught it. Yeah, maybe I didn't bring the bombs, but I thought I selected them. 20 mils there. They shoot so low without the vertical targeting. I don't know how you guys don't use vertical targeting. I really don't get it. Something I've been wondering is how realistic is flying through clouds. Looks great. I hope it releases soon. Any idea on how we would use HOTAS and the VR hands to switch knobs, close canopy, etc.? No. I mean, you can have a HOTAS and then have like a hand on a desk, or just have it sitting above it, and if you need to interact, you can do that. Or you just have it with your left hand. I don't know, man. I do not know. Some things can probably be binded to buttons, just like how they are in War Thunder Sim. And then you can do it that way. But I did not do it because I can't redo the buttons. And the match is over. What did I say? It was flying through clouds, right? I'm sure there's a single mission that'll show that off. Let's see who's on the leaderboards. Hey, that's me, baby. So these guys have done some game testing and stuff. They've got plenty of kills. Whoever that is. Let's see. Interesting. Alright. What did I say? I said we were going to check out the single missions. So let's go to single missions and see if we can fly through clouds. So, clouds, cumulus, that's kind of high. Haze, clear. Oh, flight in the mist. Here you go. Find the airfield that your regiment flew to. Fantastic. I wonder what aircraft it's going to throw us into. Let's see. To battle. Okay.
Fly along the river until you find the airfield.
Fly along the river until you find the airfield. Understood. So we were in the LA5FN. I gotta say the winter landscape looks the worst of any of them I've seen so far. Can you show us Japanese planes and fly them? Yes, I can. I did do it semi-recently. I don't know if it'll let you rewind, but I did it like a match or two ago, if you want to check those out. Did they do anything to the FM, or is it the same as in War Thunder? When you say FM, I know that refers to one of the British aircraft. Or the FN, maybe? No, so the flight characteristics are all the same. And I think this is the newer flight characteristic too. Or flight model, not characteristic.
Neutralize enemy artillery with cannons.
German planes. How's the sound immersion? The sound immersion's pretty good. I gotta say, it's nice. The engines sound a little bit different than War Thunder, but they're okay. Something that's a little odd is that it seems to be recording through my right eye. Like, I'm looking straight down the sight, and it's off to the side. I'm left eye dominant, so it would probably be over here for what you guys would normally see, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing. Let's go up into the clouds. Let's see what that immersion is like. I gotta say, something I really, really, really loved about IL-2 after flying War Thunder for years is like the water accumulating on the front here is just amazing. It's a really cool feature. And I'm not seeing any particulates quite yet. Oh, any aircraft to fly into the clouds like this is probably one of the worst. But I know that when I let go of the controls, it's gonna fly nice and level because of the auto trimming. So I don't even have to worry about that. There's no artificial horizon in this plane. Can we break through the clouds or no? Oh, kind of. Alright. So, wow. Yes, so to the guy who asked the question, it's going to be exactly like how it is in War Thunder, and not much different. I'm going to go right, and we're going to dive straight back down. I'm going to pull back on the throttle as we dive back through the clouds, just because I know this thing does have a tendency to compress. I don't want to be doing that while we're aiming straight for the earth. And I am ready with the stick. Yep, perfect. Alright, kicking engine back in. We're going to keep flying along the river. On our way to the airfield. I'm sure there's going to be like enemies that pop up at some point here. Any questions? Let's see. Performance, it's running pretty well. I mean, I think FPS-wise, you guys are seeing about half of the FPS that I'm seeing. I know it's how it is in War Thunder. Do I like jazz? Sure. Are the VR controls for the enemies, or for the engines modeled? Or is it just throttle stick? So no. So mech controls are not modeled. That is one of the things that I would very much like them to model, but they're not. Big sad. I know. We're gonna follow this way down the river. Yeah, mech controls and trim would be really nice, especially on these planes. So that's the throttle, right? But then, yeah, you'd have to be doing a lot of work manually, especially in these Russian aircraft. We'll see it when we fly the Yak-3. Because there's just so much going on inside the plane. Fly along the river. I don't see an airfield. Let's see what chat's saying. Hope they'll add water drops later. Yeah, me too. You can't get 20% more engine power on 109s at low speed. No, you can't. Or you can't sit and WEP all the time with the P-51. Do you use rudder pedals or virtual stick to get the rudder to move? So the only part of my HOTAS that I have hooked up are the rudder pedals. So I just like using the rudder pedals over the thumbsticks on this in order to control the rudder. So right now my rudder is binded to a HOTAS system. I couldn't get the stick to work with it because I couldn't get the buttons to work, and also there's no way to invert the axes right now. So like, because I also have the brakes set up, my brakes are always on until I press down on them, which would normally set the brake. Instead it's releasing the brake, and my HOTAS was completely backwards. So when I pulled back, it pushed forward. Did I miss something? Neutralize enemy artillery. I mean, maybe I haven't been looking too hard for this airfield. Oh, it's right there. It's literally right there. Right? That is it. Oh, am I stupid? Possibly. I thought this big field was it. Oh no, now we're actually lost. This is awful. Alright, we're just playing I Spy. I'm gonna let you guys play this. I'm just gonna fly level and I'm gonna take the headset off and just hold it. I need a little bit of a VR break. Alright, you guys tell me if you see anything. Are you playing on PC or PS5 VR? So this is PC but with PSVR2, just with the adapter. No proper mixture controls, correct. Opinions so far? Promising. It's better than what I had originally seen from some other people's streams. It's better than that. I think that was a poor representation. I'm so confused with how half-baked it looks. Didn't they say a couple times it was almost done? Or am I wrong? Yeah, they did. This map looks the worst out of all of them. I am going to say that. Need to pitch down. Hey. What are you doing? It's unusual. Okay, hold on. Give me a half sec. Put your pitch down. Throttle back. Well, and that's why. All right, throttle up. Maybe I needed to go this way. Yeah, I can fly with the thumb. That was so odd. All right, and we're back off. Oh, it's once I take it off, it hates it. Right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Any other questions? I'm so confused with that. Yes. What are we looking for? We're looking for an airfield. You're currently looking for an airfield. It would be over here somewhere, most likely. Oh, that looks like an airfield, don't it? Yeah, it looks like a Russian airfield. Strip of dirt on a farmer's field. Nice and level, that's all I need. Alright, let's line up for landing. What are we going to need? We're going to need to reduce throttle. We're going to need to set flaps. And we're going to need to obviously set gear. So let's gain just a little bit of altitude. Flaps should be this, and I think it's set by holding them forward. Okay. Set them a little too much. I thought it would deploy it a little bit slower. So we're not going to use flaps for this. Instead, we're going to use gear. What's our airspeed? 202 in knots. We're going to drop that down to about 155 before we deploy landing gear. There we are. Gear controls. Down. Gears down. A little bit of throttle. We're returning it back. 133 should prevent the wing stalls. Put a little bit more power into it. Solid. Okay. Not lined up with center yet, obviously. But we are in a pretty decent spot. Gaining some airspeed. That's exactly what I want. We're going to be on 130 on the slope. Perfect. A little bit of rudder. Do a tiny bit of rudder. Coming to center line. Doing 140. We're not going to be landing with flaps, so I'm going to pull power now. We're going to have to kind of rely on a high-speed flare. We'll see how that goes with the VR controls, putting a little bit more power into it. Yep, flare. Not bad. Really not bad. Okay. Yep. Setting brake, 100% brake. Hey, that went pretty dang well. Look at us. It's like we're pros or something. Does that mean we succeeded? Woo! Woo! I don't know how this ends. This is supposed to end, right? Fight in the mist. Fly along the river until you find the airfield. The whole point was I was supposed to land. That's what the description said. Any questions? Let's see. Planning to rip flaps in any other planes too, like 109s or Spits? Totally planning to do that. Oh, there we go. Is that mission success? No? Okay, we're going to try to ground loop this. I gotta say to the guy who was wondering why it sort of looks half-baked. This is the worst environment I've seen so far. The snow does not look very good. I think it has to do with the shadows on the trees. That's really a lot of it. Yeah, we're just going to manually ground loop. I think you get 3 lives, then it resets you. So these menus are built for the Oculus controls from the looks of it, since I don't really get a menu button. Or an ability to bail out. I need like an extra button on my PSVR2 controls. I'm sure that's something that'll change. I thought after 3 lives it finished it up for you. Yeah, it does. Okay. Wait here about 15 seconds and then... Perfect. Okay. Hey, we're back. Look at that. Whew. Yo, Train Days. How you find the readability of the dials? Very well. I find it very good. I mostly mean with how to controls look. Like for a game that was almost done a year ago, it looks way too hard to interact with the buttons. It's a little difficult. If they can get the controls to be as easy as VTOL, it'll be great. Agreed. What's the deal with the trim? Does it automatically do it like did in the other stream? Or can you switch control mode to full real? No, so it will auto do it, regardless of whether I have it binded to a HOTAS or not. The auto trim, there's no way to set trim manually. So auto trim is 100% how it's going to work the entire time. Yosef, release date. I said I was going to be answering every question, but I don't have that one. Don't have the answer to that one. I feel it's going to be harder just because like they are smaller, because I think VTOL has really big buttons for easy use. Yeah, that's true. You also kind of need to know where each one is in these planes, and sometimes they're on the right side. So like if you're trying to compete with just the VR controls and you have the flaps on the far right side, you need to let go of the stick, take control with your left hand, and then grab it with your right hand. That should be, and then no one's controlling the throttle. You know what I mean? It's just awkward. Planning to rip flaps and any other planes. Is there anything you guys want to see? We've gone through a lot so far. Is the game going to be free? No, the game is not going to be free. It's going to be a paid game. We were under the assumption that everything was going to be unlocked immediately upon release of the game. But unfortunately, it seems as though there's a little word right here that has a lot of us confused. And it is... Let's go back. It is pack. And you click on it, and it says purchase, and I do this, and this doesn't work yet. Yeah. For the beautiful Corsair. It's a very nice plane. But unfortunately, need to pay extra from the looks of it. I need to wipe off these lenses. F4U, I must say, I am slightly disappointed that we may have to pay for a plane packs. That's mostly what I've steered clear of in other sims. Yeah, it's kind of one of the selling points of this from my... That's what I thought. I think that's what a lot of people thought. Was that instead of the grind and instead of paying for access, like you kind of have to do in War Thunder, the pay to progress. This would sort of be a relief from that. I guess that's not the case. Can't display your game or play area. No, stop it. It's displaying it fine. Can't track my surroundings. Really, every light in this room that could be on is on. Is carrier stuff possible yet with your build, or at all? Maybe with Japanese planes? Yes, it is. I did attempt a carrier landing in the Corsair. Because you can test fly the Corsair in the video that I put out. Let's see. A test flight. I don't know if I test flight it, because I don't have the button to leave. Let's just try this. If this doesn't work, I'll back out. The damage model, Yosef, it looks pretty good. It looks kind of how it is in War Thunder. It's very detailed, very well done. The visual models could probably use some work. Yes, is what I was hoping. that we'd be able to take off from a carrier. Alright, here we go. And I'm going to hit to battle. And this should... It doesn't give me like an option about where to take off. What's happening? Okay. All good? Oh, I thought we were in it. What the... Welp. We're not on a carrier, but we are in a Japanese aircraft, and it looks pretty decent. Who else is in this? Still no real players. 63, 47. I would love to try a carrier, but I don't see one here. Oh, there's the Midway. The Midway. Why did I say it like that? Yeah, so all of these guys are entering the fight. This was Midway, correct? Yep. Oh, so it shows the circle. That's very neat. Maybe there's a single mission that's carrier-based. I'm sure there is. Okay. Yeah, going head-on with 47s. Not a good look. I'm first in. Alright, he's dumping his energy. They're dumping their energy. Your turn. Come on, pull back. Oh my gosh. I hate having to look with the VR controls. It really does suck. As I move my head, my arm moves just a little bit and the whole plane moves with me. At least in HOTUS you have some mechanical resistance to that. Their entire team is on me. Come on. Oh my gosh, without vertical targeting, I don't know how people aim these things over the nose. Really? So there's your answer to the damage model. Let's see if we can see any visual damage. I did see some visual damage on the parts that were hit, even the ones that weren't completely destroyed. So that's a good note. At least we're answering some questions with this. Gonna roll over. That was not the same guy, was it? Alright, right wing is damaged. Hit beacon fuel. Come on, pull back. I pull back into my own body and then I can't pull back anymore. Which is gonna be a problem here. No way that didn't hit. Give me some convergence, please. Oh my god. Just everyone. Everyone in all their 50 cals are after me right now. Got a few allies here now. That is good news. How are they doing? Oh, wait, what? They only got one player left? We're gonna eat him alive. Oh, he's gonna eat me alive. Oh! He just took a massive hit. Pull back, please. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I think he's burning in. Sick. Does that mean we just win automatically? Or do they get new aircraft? Come on, Germain. Agnetha. Yeah, they're losing a bunch of tickets. Very cool. You guys want to check out the environment here? Maybe we can fly through a hangar? Oh, I don't know if we're going to have enough time. Let's give it our best shot. Oh, pull up. I couldn't grab that long enough. Oh. I tried grabbing the stick and I missed. Oh, perfect timing. Alright, let's try to actually get a carrier this time. Single mission. There's got to be a carrier one. Surgical strike. That sounds... Nope. Nope. Second wave. That sounds like a... Oh, that's not carrier. This is 63, so I don't think there's going to be carrier landing. Alright, I guess we're just going to have to... Screw it. We're going to go F4U. We're going to go test flight. Yeah, let's do it. Beautiful. Okay, how's the FPS for you guys? Because for me, when I load into Pearl Harbor, the FPS drops like an insane amount. So I gotta roll this. This will bring the canopy forward. So this is the aircraft that's going to be seemingly locked behind a paywall when the game is first coming out. It has a Malcolm hood, probably one of the best cockpits, the best mirrors, and the best ability to look over the nose. I know I keep saying best, but it actually is. Like, I'm not just saying that to be inflammatory. I'm saying that because it's true. It's very solid, and it's actually by their own admittance because it's 5.3 in the War Thunder battle rating system. So if they have their own ratings for how players perform in certain planes, and this is the highest one, then it's like, come on, it's pay to win. The flaps right there are automatically retracting, so there's no way to break them, and your gear can be used as a dive brake. So that's pretty cool. This is the only aircraft that is coming with an... I gotta release. Yep, forgot about the whole brakes inverted thing. Alright, I'm off. Getting it into WEP, and then we're going to try for a carrier landing. I'm going to sit back and reset this. Forward. Because the stick is very far back. Let's pull the gear up. Oh, that's flaps. Hold on. Grab it, please. No, other one. No, other one. Oh my god. Yes. Alright, gear coming up. You can tell from those little knobs. And here are our two American carriers. Honestly, I should have kept the gear down. Oopsies. Alright, gear down. They're not going to rip. I don't know why I was so worried. I literally just explained that. Alright, going to grab flaps and bring those down. As you can see, it's sort of linear. So it's not like raised, combat, takeoff, landing. I can set them to whatever one I want, let go, and it'll stay. It's pretty neat. So we're gonna put them to about half. And then come around. Put some engine power in. Let's grab the stick. My gosh, it's so close to your body. I'm like punching myself in the gut when I try to turn. You are sitting in WEP. Try to line up with the one with the huge smokestacks, which I think would be like a Lexington. Alright. Landing flaps all the way up. Then our decreased throttle percentage. This will be a high angle to come in at. Let's see, speed right there, 120. $140. Yes, still in climbing, 140 and climbing. Okay, reducing engine power. This is a steep angle. We're switching to the second one. Just for a better angle here. Gonna get a little bit lower. Sitting at 130 isn't bad. Remember, gotta punch it once we get off. On center line. Oh, it's still a bad angle. We're just gonna punch it and go around. Yeah, I gotta come in much shallower. Kinda thought they were going faster. 120, don't want to wing stall. Flaps up. Pull back on the stick. So it doesn't auto trim the loss of lift when the flaps come in, so that's good. Got 140. We can hold this in a turn. Let's just put it about halfway. See, this is really fun. This is really cool. Actually being able to interact with that is amazing. I can't believe I'm playing this game, man. It's kind of sick. Sort of surreal moment. Alright, so they are contacting each other, and I think the one with the big smokestack is going to start turning into me here. Alright, we're going to go full landing again. Get a little bit... Oh, nope. Going to get a little bit lower. And reduce engine power. Oh gosh, what are y'all doing? I don't need this right now. Oh no. This seems like a go-around if I've ever seen a go-around. But I don't know what those words mean. Come on. Oh, low-key. It's solid. Pull back. Oh my... I forgot that the whole brake thing, they're always on until I hit them. Oh, yep, that was the problem there. Totally not a hard tail strike. That's skill. All skill. How has this not been in a movie? Bouncing off the carrier onto another. Oh, that's a good point, actually. It's landing you will walk away from. Probably. So this is basically going to be like War Thunder and DCS had a baby. No. No, it's going to be like... Yeah, you know what? You can interact with some things. You cannot interact with everything. It's going to be like... fuck. Gameplay-wise, it's going to be more arcadey, I want to say. Especially if you choose to not use VR controls. You know, if you decide to use HOTAS in VR, it's not going to be like DCS. It'll be a little bit more arcadey just because of the auto trim. You know, the auto trim, not having the mech, you lose a lot of the difficulty of flying a prop aircraft, which is the engine torque, especially like on super light aircraft like a 109, you know. You sort of get those stall characteristics. The skill is keeping it in a tight banking turn in something like a Yak 3 without massively snap rolling it. And unfortunately, when you get rid of that torque, you also get rid of that ability to scale up the skill. This is cool. I'm just abusing the fact I can do this now. Yeah, so like the skill gap closes, and it's not because there's a knowledge gap now. It's not like there's something that takes its place. It's just because the computer has decided that yes, this needs to be done this way, and just takes that ability away from you. So it kind of puts a lot of people on a more even playing field, which I'm seeing it from a competitive perspective, because a competitive perspective is what keeps me playing games. I enjoy being competitive. Let's see. And I just kind of saw this game as maybe an ability to reset some of the game modes. So while the game modes that they've put in here and like the specific settings for the RB style air domination and stuff are pretty cool, like with the landing invasions and stuff like that. That's sick. That is awesome. That'll be really fun to play in. But I think they could have done something a little bit more, you know, maybe put in maybe I'm leaning too much into the competitive side of things, but like a specific ranked duels or ranked squad based duels, that would be pretty sick. And a long form game mode that was maybe a little bit more in depth, that really did push everybody into VR, would be cool. But unfortunately, I think those that are playing War Thunder Sim right now are not going to be the ones that are drawn over to this game. I think it's mostly going to be VR users, and this is the entry level, like the most entry level VR sim, at least for a World War II and World War I time period. For those who like don't want to buy IL-2 or get into DCS, which is insanely expensive, especially for prop stuff. Let's see. I guess what makes sense why they did that using the HOTAS, yes, with the physical touch. I guess it was going to be a bit more arcadey, as this is so heavily marketed towards PSVR, AK console peasantry. Yeah, agreed. I mean, I was a part of that for a very long time, so I completely understand. Let's get in the air. So I completely understand where they're coming from. Like, if I didn't get a PC, I would not be caring for a lot of this stuff. I would just be like, yes, give me a flight sim, you know, give me a flight sim that I can fly in VR, because obviously War Thunder Sim exists. But having that VR ability, jeez, I'm really gonna bounce from one carrier to the next here. Oh my gosh, immediate. Oh no! It's turning left, and the physics are very weird. I swear I was flying in a straight line. I swear. All right. Now here's the fun part. We're gonna get back in the air. We're gonna try some ground strafing. Maybe on that B-29. Something fancy. Something that'll really burn. It's the only time I've seen a B-29 so far. Haven't seen one in the air. Set that. A little bit of like combat, a little bit of takeoff. Gonna pull the gear. Come on, gear. 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 Up. Some of this is fault of me like having stuff in the way. Like there's a cable right there, so that's why it's kind of difficult. Hello, Mr. Higgins. We can check out Pearl Harbor. Looks pretty sick. They do a better job with this Pearl Harbor than they do in War Thunder with the test flight. At least they have some of the battleships in here. They still have that one that's destroyed in the harbor. It's kind of funny. Not in the harbor, in the dry dock, which is anything but dry. There's some aircraft right here, which we'll commit fratricide on. Stop. Put your hands up. Ooh, nice. Both 63s burned right on the wing. Accuracy. Not of me shooting. Just being consistent, stupid stuff with the P-63. Let's try to fly through a hangar. Now this would be skill. Pure skill. Let's see if this is possible. This is kind of a big bird to do this with. Flying through all four. We're drifting a little left. Oh, no. Oh, we mostly made it through. Honestly, that wasn't bad. Not bad at all. Do we have time to turn around? Maybe. I probably would have just continued straight if I was actually cared about this life, but the airfield's right there, you know? Pull flaps. All the way. Oh, no. Frick it. Gear 2. We're going to stall. Got to get lower. Oh, remember to hold the brake buttons. That way the gears, or the brake is actually released when I touch down. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, it didn't matter. I don't think the gear... Oh, I didn't let go of the gear button. I brought it down, and then when I brought it up, it brought it up too. Anyways, that worked. Ooh, ricochets. Hello. That's pretty sick. Does this feel more like Ultra Wings? No. This does not feel like Ultra Wings. The physics are so much better than Ultra Wings. I guess it's time to develop VR gloves so I can use VR controls with holding onto my stick. Yeah, that'd be insane. Bounced off the other carrier, yep. RIP maintenance crew. Being able to use HOTAS plus pedals when in VR for gear and control stuff would be a game changer. I like how VR lets you appreciate good cockpit layouts. Yes, it certainly does. And as far as good cockpit layouts go, Corsair is very much up there. It's got to be one of my favorites. See, now the only unfortunate part is that in Oculus they seem to have an extra button that they can use, and while I'm using PSVR2 controllers, that extra button is mapped to a PlayStation button. So when I click it, it actually just brings up separate menus which you guys can't see, and none of them control, like, the important things, like how do I leave? It just took a screenshot, you know? I can't click down on the joysticks either, so it doesn't bring up menus for me. So in order to leave the test flights... Oh, did that... What? Wait, what? Does that just set automatic flaps? Oh, that's interesting. Anyways, in order to leave, I have to exit out of the game right now. There's no way for me to change that button. All right, just give me a second. Exit game. Confirm. Alright, we are in the home screen and loading back in to ACES. Do you think this will allow you to play with just head tracker like War Thunder Sim? No, this will not be flat screen. This will 100% be VR. Everything about this will be VR. There we go. I got it back up. Yeah, sorry, Peanut. All right. Anything else you guys want to see? Been at this for about 2.5 hours now. The aircraft I've flown so far have been the 63, SB2CF4U, P-51. None of these. I flew on F-4 and 110 in a video. USSR, I've flown everything except the Yak-3 and the IL-2. And all these I've flown except the Mosquito in this. Japan, I've flown everything except the Ki-61. Flown all these. And I've flown everything except the SPAD, but I flew that a shite ton during the Great War event. Anything else you all want to see? Any other questions? I'm here for questions, so let me be able to answer something. P-39 and 63 are so cool. They're mid-engine like a sports car. Yeah, I like the 39s actually better than the 63s, but especially that French 63. Super, super, very well done. So far, would I rather play this or War Thunder Sim? Depends on what I'm going for. I think personally War Thunder Sim, but this is like a very early version of the game, so I don't know if that's a fair comparison yet. If I was just on PlayStation, 100% I would play this. But because I'm on PC and I can use a VR now in that game and still like keep all my progress for other stuff and fight people that I know are really good and really skilled, I would probably go for War Thunder Sim. Yeah, same. The P-39 is nicer, I think, because yeah. Especially the later P-39s. The P-400 and stuff I can't stand. Is there anything you guys want to see? Let me know in the comments or in chat. Forehead reveal. Oh, my forehead is red as heck right now. Just gonna run and get something. Alright, I'll say the World War II prop models from War Thunder are so crusty for modern standards. They're not terrible. They could definitely work on some of the compression and stuff. RTBing in War Thunder Sim right now. Keep freaking out. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly. Will there be competitive modes? No respawns. No, Joseph. Unfortunately. I am also upset about that. I thought this was their ability to kind of put in some new modes, but it doesn't seem like that'll be the case, at least not at this point. Stuff could come out. Generally though, it's pretty cool, and I still think it's very promising. Alright, let's go through some of the single missions. I'm curious about these. So what is this? New recruits. Yak-3. Oh, we haven't flown that one yet. This is a perfect opportunity. So what is the goal? Accompany the new pilots on their first combat mission. Okay. Let's help the newbies out. Ooh. Ooh, the tracking is off. I don't know why. Yeah, you guys can see things. What's wrong with the French P-63? Nothing's wrong with the French P-63. It's actually super powered. It has higher horsepower. What the fuck is happening right now? won't let me... The tracking is completely off. Alright, we're going to fly with the stick. Let's see if the Yak 3 does anything weird. Does it do Yak 3 things? It does do some Yak 3 things, yes. Wow, that's so far away. Okay. There we go. Ah, there it is. Alright, we are back. So where are these new pilots that they were talking about? They're right here. Cover the young pilots as they fly their route. Okay. We can do that.
We've achieved one of our goals. Cover the young pilots while they attack
A
the enemy
team.
bombers.
Timmerman. No. Whoa, what in the world? There's not back gunner support at this point. Disappointing, I know. Why are there so many aircraft? What in the world? Cover the young pilots while they attack the enemy bombers. Oh, I thought these guys were on a training mission. Oh my gosh. Okay. Control the stick. That's so far ahead of me. I'm gonna lean back. Perfect. That's a lot of bombers, man. I wonder what types they're gonna be. Maybe Stukas, HE-111s, some 110s. What are we gonna see? Oh, that's a cool airfield. It's supposed to be Berlin? It is Berlin. Oh, here's the Berlin map. Sick. Okay. Going in here. Normally I don't want to be attacking bombers in a Russian aircraft. 111s. It hit some. Got some rounds on him. Looks like he was leaking something. Alright, cover the new recruits. That probably means that there are escorts. I just didn't see him. Yep, there he is. Oh no, buddy. I'm coming. Gotta go for high help first. Yeah, I got one. Breaking off for second. Oh, we're overshooting second. Roll over on the bomber while we're here. Oh, man, we are really going fast, huh? Yeah, that's a Yak. Taking some hits. These gunners are accurate. Alright, we're going to switch over to the F4. I think we probably cost ourselves a little bit too much energy there. Generally, this looks pretty sick, though. Come on. Our ally is not doing us any favors. He's just kind of getting himself killed at certain points. Yeah, bomber side gunners are hitting us. How bad? Pretty bad. Pilot's been shot, but hasn't died. Keep that. Nope. Come on. Really? There's some decent hits. Oh, we're leaking something good. Yeah, we're leaking solid. Or sorry, leaking oil. Yeah, now we're out of ammo. Alright, well we got some good hits. This should actually recharge. Yeah, as you see, 15 seconds. We're going to head down towards the deck. They should give us a new aircraft. I think we get 3 lives. Let's see if the wings rip off. Yep, and pull back on the stick. Anything? Anything? Let's try to black out. Yeah, so you lose control. Yeah, so you lose full control. Ooh. Okay, and then immediately into a spin. Decently accurate. Imagine waking up to that. That would suck. I'm just leaned into it at this point. Let's get our new plane. Smoke looks super cool. Just want to emphasize there's no way for me to bail out. I can't enter the menu to bail out because the controls aren't set up for it for PSVR2 yet. Okay. Goodbye. Have a good time in the afterlife. Whoa. What is this? What the fuck is this? Ooh. What is going on? Okay, this is pre-release footage. This is pre-release footage. Oh no. Oh no, does this count as my third life? Alright, we are in the catacombs of Berlin, just on the outskirts of the city. This is how the Russians began their invasion. This is actually historical knowledge beyond what we know so far. This is like the pyramids of Egypt, but Berlin. You know, the Ace of Thunder devs are really onto something. We defined. I'm just yapping. All right. Any other questions here? What are the game modes, like special game modes, or just War Thunder game modes brought into that game? So Storm, if you are aware what the single player missions are, that's what we have here. So a lot of these are already in War Thunder, but when it comes to the actual battles, these are what we have. These are all of the online battles that you can make. I mean, not just make, but they also have like official servers for them, obviously. So they are kind of just what you have in RB. So there's no long form modes. There's no like 1v1 mode or squad v squad mode. That'd be pretty cool, but it's not here, at least not yet. So you got the operations, and then of course air dominations, Bulge, Midway, Saipan. I would love to see the Saipan one. And a lot of these battles are pretty, they're pretty neat. Normandy, especially these ones with the invasions. I think that's pretty sick. And then of course you have the mission editor, which is super in depth. It's like really, really well done. So these are for all the specific aircraft. So like if I choose Tunisia, I can go sector and choose which one that I want to battle in. Go back and I can be like, oh, I'm behind enemy lines. I want to do a waypoint flight or an air combat patrol or head-to-head. So like, this is the single player. This is super detailed, and I would show you what this looks like because I can choose all of these weather settings. I can choose like any time of day that I possibly want. I can choose that, as well as the difficulties of the enemies, difficulties of not difficulties, but skill of the guys around you that are flying with you on your side. And this changes based on the nation. So like, if I go over to Japan, I can go game mode, mission editor, and I can do the attack on Pearl Harbor. I can do Iwo Jima. I can do Peleliu. I can do Midway. I can do all of those things. And it's pretty accurate, I gotta say. Like it's cool. That part of it is really well done. It's cool. They even have it for World War One. It's like if I were to go game modes, I can go here and I can see. Oh, that's the wrong thing. But I can go here and the Battle of Ypres, which I keep saying incorrectly, and I don't know how you actually pronounce it. That's all here too. So those are all the game modes. This is just going to bring you into one of those custom things. And then of course you can, it's just going to bring you into one of these just randomly. Normally that would be all people, like actual people, but there's not that many people playing right now. So it just kind of throws me in with some bots. Yeah, you get a lot more customization for the mission editor. It's pretty sick. How's the graphics quality from your view? Better or worse than War Thunder VR graphics? So this area looks fantastic, and some of them do look amazing, but I would say that if you run War Thunder VR in like medium to high graphics, this is low to medium graphics. I think the shadows and some of the lighting could be better, especially on the snow maps, and generally the water could look a little bit better. But once you're in the air and you're above like 1,000 feet, none of that matters. It looks great. The clouds do look great. I would prefer some like particle effects that show up on the like on the glass in front of you. IL-2 kind of blows me away with that, so that'd be really cool just to bring in here. I think that would also just be a cool feature, especially for those who've never seen it before. Anyone else want to have a full functional B-17 turret? Yeah, I think that'd be amazing, man. It'd be really, really cool. And honestly, like, if they're trying to go for accessibility with other people who aren't necessarily flight simmers, and they're trying to get into the group of people who just want to fly VR, or not even fly at all, just want to be in a VR game, sometimes with their friend, getting in that seat and being a tail gunner is the best way to do that. And nobody would really be bringing this up, I don't think, as much if they didn't show it off in the initial trailer. They did that with an SBD, and the SBD isn't even coming. So, you can say your own conspiracies about maybe that trailer was partially made inside of War Thunder. I don't know. I don't want to say. But sometimes the assumption was that they were going to be able to not only fly, but that the one person was going to be able to be the pilot and then switch over to the back gunner. But multi-crew would be fantastic. Like a certain friend who may not have a flight stick or may not want to be a pilot, you know, they can sit in the back seat and really have fun, you know. That frickin' give them unlimited ammo, you know. Just let them enjoy it. And there's plenty of aircraft that can benefit from it, right? SB2C, IL-2. The Great Britain doesn't have any. And then the D4Y3, and of course the BF-110. I forgot about that one. Like these would be really, really cool aircraft to do it for. You can even add some World War I stuff. Like there was some French aircraft that just had a gun in the front that was controlled by a person. Like that'd just be really cool. It'd be a cool collaborative moment. All the boys together and then have the bombs released. Yeah, that'd be insane. I do think they're working, or some company is working on a VR game like that. I forget what it's called. To be honest, most of the time when I play with friends, it's mostly just chatting and stuff. Yeah, which is honestly like why playing something like this would be kind of cool, especially if it was more long form matches. Imagine like you're just flying like a half hour, some person's being your navigator in the back seat. That'd be really sick. I haven't seen Norway. I need to look for it. Game mode, create. Normandy. Yeah, what in the world? They've shown off Norway so many times. And it's not here. Maybe it was Hurtgen? Maybe it is Hurtgen. I thought we were looking at Normandy. No, because they showed off the mosquito attacking the ships in the fjord, right? Am I going crazy? That's what I thought they showed us. Maybe that's coming later. So there's plenty of stuff to go over. I've been on live for, let's see how long now? 2.5 hours. If there's anything specific you guys want to see, I'm fine with doing things over again. So here's all the achievements. Here's your customization. You can choose this one for the SB2C. It's pretty sick. Decals. Do I have anything unlocked for the Americans yet? Show unlocked only. There we go. Can I put USSR ones on this plane? Oh, I can. So I can put them from any nation on the aircraft. What's some more nose art? Ooh, that'd be pretty sick. Except I don't think I have this specific camo unlocked yet. So I would go here and then go decal, nose art. Can I resize it? If there is a way to do it, I don't see it so far. So I just have to put a comically small shark mouth on it. Okay. Here, if I hit edit, does that do anything? No. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. There'll probably be a way to do that. Okay. The gear is super solid on this thing. I want to show you something funny. Oh, wait. I'm standing in the wrong spot. Never mind. I like all the detail. It's pretty sick. Anyone have any questions? Yes, the Mighty 8. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, VTOL has Rios in training. Soviet SB2C. That'd be crazy. I don't know how hard it is to make multiple people sit in one aircraft like VTOL VR managed to do. Yes, it is possible, though, because they did it. If they had the multiplayer thing in a B-17, you could even have people go and repair things inside. That's a whole idea for a game itself. All right, we're going to hop into one of these single missions. We're just going to check them out. I'm really curious what they are, so we're going to go do that. Single mission. I already did this one. I ended up underneath the map, but it was generally pretty cool. Let's do the second one. IL-2, 1943. Cover the tanks headed to the German airfield. Unlimited ammo in an IL-2? Yes, please. Oh my gosh.
Cover the tank convoy from
Oh, this is sick. Yeah, okay, so there is a flaps button. Interesting. It does it to automatic, so like if I wanted combat, I could do that. That's really cool. I'm sure there'll be a way to bind up and down. Oh, we're back in Berlin. Gear indicators on that side, so that means the gear is fully locked up. Control stick. Ammo. That fires both, correct? Yes, it does. Where do I fly? Cover the tank convoy. Tank convoy is down here on the right. It's going into Berlin. Oh my gosh. IL-2 in a cityscape. This is going to be wild. Not much back view. A little bit of back view. Oh, look at that. That's dope. A lot of bridges still existing. You see our guys on the ground right there? We're going to give them a little strafe. Oh, I think enemies just showed up beneath me, according to the map. I think I'm just armed with the guns. I tried the bomb button so far. Yeah, no, I have 2 bombs. Oh, that's the bomb button. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they have anti-air. Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, gosh. Accurate, too. Bomb out on him. Is that a kill? I heard the noise like I got a kill, but it was at the same time that that thing exploded. Yeah, so the bombs are going to recharge. That's probably needed for a mode like this. Because I don't know if our other AIs do something. You know, do something that's actually worthy. Covering a Soviet assault into Berlin with IL-2s. That's honestly pretty dope. Notice how the markers for friendlies don't show up until you look like directly at them. It's kind of cool. I like that. It keeps you immersed. And it also teaches you to actually learn what the silhouettes of the aircraft look like. Is there something over here we got to strafe? So our bombs are back. That's what you just heard. Is this the modern airport? Is this what it looked like back then? I've always been curious about that. Not seen any enemies so far. Except for those one guys which we dropped the bomb on. But I guess that's the beauty of the IL-2. It just loiters and loiters and loiters. Fuel's at 73 minutes. I wish there was a way to adjust that. I know I keep saying that. Having some vertical targeting and having some adjustment would be really, really nice to see. Oh, there's firing over this direction. Hope that's not like ground forces. Problems of World War II. Ground strike right there. Beautiful. Used a little too much 23. I probably wouldn't have used any 23, to be honest. That was up to my own personal choice. Maybe turning a little tight. When it comes to the air combat, it's super, super engaging. It's really, really cool. Some of this ground strike stuff is neat. It's just kind of hard to see because obviously we're in an urban environment. But that's pretty accurate. I don't think there is a bomb delay. Oh. Let's test that. Drop. Yep, there's no bomb delay. Kind of tanked it. IL-2. Oh, there we go. Jeez, what are we getting hit by? Alright, we're gonna level bomb this one. Gonna use the sights on the left. Alright, bombs out. I want to say we overdropped. You can use these lines on an IL-2. Remember, I learned how to do it before. I think I got it right. Or maybe we already killed this thing. Might have already been dead. I don't see where I dropped the bomb. So either I hit a building, or I just missed so badly you don't even see it. Where the craters aren't modeled. Either or. Figuring out where the convoy's at. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Oh. They engage with tanks. Talk about close support. Oh. Oh no. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. I was worried that left wing was dipped a little low. And it was. Just didn't clip it. Man, it's so tight. Like, they're really ambushing those guys. I don't think our flaps are out. And our gear's certainly up. Wow, yeah, flak's getting thick up here. While he's occupied, let's try to kill him. Oh, I don't know where he is now. Oh, perfect. The building's right there. We're gonna have to drop a bomb. Drop. And up. Got him. The bombs feel generous. Come on, pitch down, pitch down, pitch down, pitch down, pitch down, pitch down. Pitch down, please, plane. I'll blow myself up here. Never mind, got him. I was gonna drop a bomb. It's hard to keep speed with this IL-2. Like, really hard. Ideally, the circles are much larger. But there's so many targets. Like, I actually don't know how the convoy isn't dead yet. I'm doing a pretty poor job. Maybe they're covering themselves. Let's drop a bomb on this courtyard. Oh, that's 3 targets. Okay. I'm gonna blow myself up. Ooh, triple kill. Yeah, and we are, like, on fire, basically. We might have just killed the back gunner. Let's see if we can land on the airfield. Doesn't look like it. Where are the flaps? Where's the flaps? Where are the flaps? Not gonna matter. Rip. Ooh. I was gonna say that was kind of soft. I was kind of hoping there would be some air targets. I want to get some air fights. Let's crash twice more. Maybe there's something we could do. Oh, what? That's the first time I've ever seen that in a game. Okay, I can half pull the right trigger and it shoots the machine guns. When I full pull, it fires both. What? I've never seen that before. I've never heard of that before. That's a cool idea. Those boxes really took off my wing. Wow. Have you guys ever seen that before? Do you know another game that does it like that? Machine gun. Cannon. Machine gun. Cannon. Back to machine gun. Cannon, machine gun. Cannon, machine gun. Cannon, machine gun. Sick. And you can actually separate those. So, like, if I wanted to do, you know, large caliber, small caliber, I can, but I just can't rebind the buttons right now because it's being kind of odd. Talk about a spin. Holy moly. I need like 1,000 altitude, 1,000 feet to do that. Okay, let's get into a different one. Does the game have co-op planes? What do you mean? Like, I can go into a custom mission, but I don't think I can go into a single mission with somebody else, or one of these with somebody else. No, you can go into and create a custom, and then probably invite your friends, but that's about it. That's about as much co-op as you get. Let's answer some questions. Any tail gunner support? Negative, Pigman. No tail gunner support. No multi-crew. What if I 3D printed a bracket that lets me put my feet? That'd be sick. 2 players in 1 plane. Unfortunately, they don't have that. At least not yet. Let's go meek and mild. P-47. Follow the route along the river. Man, these are boring. Let's get some air fights going. The squadron of 4 protect the convoy on its mission. These would be fun for a lot of people. I just don't want to do it right now. This is the one that I did at the very end of the video recently. And it's pretty sick. The loading time is crazy fast. So here's the Japanese bomber fleet on this. Yeah, so P-63s, presumably we took off from Iwo Jima. We're now defending it from the southeast from a fleet of Japanese bombers. I'm gonna have to lean forward to be able to grab the stick. Yep, there we go. So flaps are not important, but they are this little toggle. It's kind of an odd thing. You like flip it up and then it'll set to combat, and then you flip it down and it'll go back. It's super unusual. It's literally a switch, but there's 3 different settings for it. Oh, hey, what's the big idea? All right. These should be G4 Y3s. They're like the heavy medium, the heavy-ish medium bombers for Japan. Many gunners, including a 20 mil gunner. Gotta be careful. I think those are zeros circling. So the idea is that we go in fast and really catch the leaders of this pack. Oh, there's more. We hit that first guy and the second one pretty dang hard. I think he brushed off some 37. Yeah, down to 20 rounds of 37 mil. Oh gosh. Alright, so yeah. The accuracy of the King Cobra not being able to get slow is there. That's nice to see. It's hard to keep orientation when it's just water. Alright, now we're going to be attacking from a poor angle. Overheating just a little bit. Oh, the machine gun thing still applies to this. That's nice to know. I hadn't noticed that before. We're going to have to be attacking from a poor angle. Guys bailing out. 0. Never mind. I think we're winning the air fight so far. We just got to get the bombers down. Too many of our guys got distracted. We're leading too much now. They're brushing off 37 like it's nothing. That guy isn't. Going over. Ooh! That was intentional. Looks sick. Yeah, for the most part, they were tanking 37, and of course, because we're flying a P-63, we get hit and we're leaking something. It's kind of the bad part about having the engine in the middle of the plane. Protects you when you're going head-on, but it does not when you're trying to fly past a bunch of gunners. This is gonna get us killed. Yeah, out of 37. That's gonna be reloading. These guys are gonna get through. They're tanky, man. I've hit a few 37s on them. They just don't care. Kamikaze! Oh, yep, just bounced right off. Is he okay? No. No, he is, in fact, not okay. Most of the crew's getting out. Oh, this is going to be a long fall. How's your guys' day? It's going great. This is actually exactly how the first video ended, if you recall. If you haven't watched that one yet. Wow, that's a huge geyser. That's pretty sick. Alright, he's going to throw us into the next P-63. How's the FPS? How is it when I do this? How is it? How does it look? Oh, there's my tail. Maybe I won't get a new plane until it hits the water. Oh, that was a cool effect. That was the bomber's tail, actually. Swimming in the water. I'm swimming in the water. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. What the heck? Hey! Okay. It's just an awkwardly long amount of time. Gotta go for the last guy. Oh, we pulled it. We had it set up perfectly. Oh, bye-bye, tail. Yeah, I guess that's where we need to hit him. Oh, that would suck to be a gunner. You just get tossed. Yeah, a lot of these guys are going to break it through. But not without some pretty heavy casualties here.
Good job. Return to the
Nice
aircraft.
job, AI. I mean, wingman. I think these guys' gunners are mostly dead. Or not at all, and he just takes off my tail. That's wild. That 20 mil on top is vicious. Yeah, rudder's completely shot out. Took out his elevator. Maybe we can pitch down and then pitch back up for these guys. See, the thing with doing that above a friendly airfield is that you can land, you know? As long as your airfield didn't get completely messed up. You can destroy your own prop and then take out an entire enemy bomber and still be able to land. I love how my first worry here was about setting prop pitch. There's a little bit of an issue. I'm going to have to turn. Speed is dropping below 200. That's where this thing gets a little rough. So throttle and then gear. Where the heck is the gear for this? It's not on the right side. This is going to be a crash landing. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Not where I was feeling it, but it's over here. I think that's the guy we took out. Alright, flare. A little bit of right rudder. Oh wait, I don't have a rudder. Look for traffic before you cross the road. Please touch down. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. They're so floaty. This is insane. What? I'm still not down. Okay, now we're down. What in the world was that? Never seen that. Like the ultimate ground effect. Hello, Mr. Plane. Oh, it gives me a thing. It says you are outside of your play area. Go back. That's kind of cool. It doesn't do that for Sim. Wow, what a beautiful shot that is. Get my hands out of the shot. Get my hands out of the shot. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. Get my... Or just... Perfect. Vision. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. Work it. I'm losing my mind. 3-hour stream is crazy after having not streamed for so long. Perfecto. Perfecto. Perfect in the tail. A little bit on the nose. It could use some work. It's a little bent there. Oh, very nice. Very nice. I like the gun pods. I do kind of wish you could remove them. Just to see where the performance would sit at. Yeah, I am in fact missing part of my tail. Seems kind of important. Why does this take so long? Oh my gosh, I can look straight through my, what do you call that, actually? The spinning part of your prop. I don't know what that's called. Anybody know? What's the comment saying? Oh, so I guess every new airframe will be DLC. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Except for the F4U. So no DLC. So yeah, currently what we've seen is that all the aircraft are coming, are obviously going to be included, but except for the F4U. So like, the thing that I have a question about is that they specifically said that everything would come with the game on launch. Like once you pay one time and you got everything. But they have this word next to the F4U that says pack. And when you click on it, it says to purchase. So it does seem that the F4U is going to be extra, which is a little concerning. How has this not thrown me into another plane yet? That's the only plane that's like that for, and they have said that other aircraft are coming. It's Ian. You said, looks great. Probably the only game I will keep my PSVR2 for. Yeah, so I got the PSVR2 around the time that they had announced this game, just to be ready for it, because I knew I was going to probably make content for it. And then I waited for a very, very long time. Ended up getting GT7, and GT7 is the main thing that I play on PSVR. Obviously, this is not on PlayStation. This is actually on Steam via a link Probably new airframes, plural, for specific theaters of war. Yeah, that'd be cool. How in the world has it not kicked me out of this yet? Am I going to have to... That is so awkwardly long, it's actually wild. So where am I at? Return to the aircraft carrier. What? Is it going to make me land on a... It's going to make me... What in the world? What is shooting? Guys, what? Okay, I'm so confused about what is happening right now. My flaps are out? The fuck? Why? I didn't set them. Okay, very unusual things going on. The bombers were coming in, attacking this island. This island is not American controlled, it is Japanese controlled. I just landed on this island and they didn't shoot at me. But I fly over the island at 7,800 feet and they're shooting at me. And now they want me to land on an aircraft carrier in a P-63 King Cobra, which was never actually serving for the United States at any point, except for maybe a training vehicle, and was certainly not a carrier-based fighter when it flew with the Soviets. So let's see how this goes. What are the comments saying? Okay, a bit concerning but fair. It's a company after all. Yes, yes, it is. Only 2 games have my attention right now. The game with an oldie but goodie Warhammer Reckoning. Cobra landing on carrier, yeah. Probably new airframes for specific theaters of war. Let's see if I can do this. Or if is it just going to make me fly through the waypoint? I don't even have flaps, because they were deployed for some reason, even though they weren't when I respawned the other 2 times. Control stick. Yeah, she does still overroll. Mind you, I was being very aggressive with that. Let's drop. I can't believe the performance is being measured with full fuel. That's so odd.
Objective complete.
Oh, okay. I just needed to fly back there. I don't need to land on it. Right? I don't need to land on it? Nothing's popping up for my screen. If this is going to be a landing, it's going to be a crash landing. I'll tell you that much. Oh, never mind. Victory! The enemy suffered heavy losses and was forced to retreat. Fight in the mist. We already did this one. Let's see. Leave them nowhere to come home. Make a sudden attack on the enemy airfield. What are we flying? IL-2? That could be pretty sick. Prevent destruction of the base by shooting the spotters down. Let's see. What'd you guys say? Any in-game recording? What you mean? Like a replay system? I haven't seen any. I always prefer having a delayed game than unfinished. But is that a Key 44? No, I haven't seen any. By the way, are you using HOTAS or the VR controls? I'm using the VR controls. I tried hooking up my HOTAS, and I can't bind the buttons. I can bind the axes. The only thing I'm using my HOTAS for is for the foot pedals. So, I mean, can you hear it? That's for the rudder. It's also one of the only ones that wasn't inverted. So, like, my stick was completely inverted, and there's no button to revert them. So, like, I also have the brakes binded to the rudder pedals, but they're inverted. So when I press down, that actually releases the brake, and when I lift them up, which is the resting position, the brakes are actually applied. It's kind of messed me up a few times. All right, let's see. Leave them nowhere to come home. Yeah, let's do that with the IL-2. Hey, Toastman. This feels backwards, brother. I'm usually the one popping into your stream. Look at this, dude. We're in ACES, dog. This is wild. Do you think we'll see the later models of the P-51 and P-47 with a bubble canopy? Yes, I do. I was very thrown off that we didn't get them, to be honest with you, because the early art like the early art of the game, which was the trailer, and when you go back and you watch or look at the thumbnail for the release trailer, it shows two aircraft, the P-51D model something, that is not in this game, and it shows a later model Focke-Wulf, which again is not in this game. So I'm gonna guess that we're gonna get some later World War II stuff as this whole thing progresses. I just really hope they're not all behind a pack wall like the freaking F4U is. That would kind of take away some of the selling point of just buying the game itself, you know? Because you pay for access to some of these aircraft, which you would have to spend kind of a long time to unlock in War Thunder itself. Looks like they've got some enemy aircraft up above their airfield, and we're trying to go over this river and then attack. We've got rockets. Beautiful. How do we fire those? Whoa! We got rockets, boys. All right, let's fire them off, and they should come back. And then 4 bombs, so probably 100 kilograms. Or 50s. I forget what they are. Let's take a look under these guys.
Good job.
What? Did I hit something?
Destroy ground targets on the airfield.
I might have hit something. Like on accident there. Yeah, what type of bombs you got under there, really? They're all internal. Dang, that's a cool look. Alright, we're popped up. We're going to go in for a dive on this airfield. Letting him go first for cinematic effect. Yep, and the enemy aircraft are diving in. Got his ass. Get out of here. I want to see if the gunners start shooting. Oh my gosh, there's something crazy going on up top, and we're catching flak now. Probably gonna have to start a dive. Let's see where they're at. Yep, going down. I'm gonna go after the targets that are shooting back at us. Oh wow, momentum. Got him. Oh, the gunners are here. Oh, that seems like a mistake. Oh no. I blew myself up. I know just from messing with the mission editor myself that's actually a mistake on their part. Are my landing gear out right now? No, that's not possible, right? They didn't do that. Okay, yeah, it's not. That was pretty sick, though. What was that, a bunch of HE-111s? Bunch of Heinkels? Are they still alive? Looks like some of them are. I thought I bombed these guys. I'm gonna blow myself up again. Yeah, I should have blown a lot of them up. I want to see if they're still there. It's super unusual that all the aircraft on the ground still have the working gunners. Those bombs might have actually erased them, though. Maybe we can hit the buildings? This is kind of a cool mission. Rocket there. Rocket right there. No way that counted as the proper hit. That's crazy. Alright, we're going to go up and then just strafe the entire row of HE-111s. That'll look awesome. We are on our last life here. And I am flying in the PSVR2 on PC using the link cable, if you guys were curious. Alright, let's try this. I think the gunners are going to light me up again, but we'll give it a shot. Come on, rudder. Oh my god, we're still alive. Guys, I think I'm going to break the leaderboards. I don't think the single missions actually count for those, but that's... They all burning? They are. That looks awesome. Oh, gosh. I am flying with the VR controls, not a HOTAS. Oh, and the aircraft hates itself. Welcome to the life of an IL-2. What was my airspeed? I was probably doing 110 when I pulled back that hard. That's on me. Drop the bombs just to put myself out of my own misery. Poor back gunner. He's just along for the ride. Alright, what's chat saying? Hope there are more planes to be added later. P-47 or Hellcat. Yeah, D-25 would be sick. Honestly, I think a P-38 would go wild. Yeah, I got 9 aircraft with that. It was probably mostly that last run. Anything anybody want to see here? I'm just kind of going through those single missions. Hope there's more planes. P-47. I prefer VR flight sims with in-game controls. Okay. I think you're in the minority with that one. Weird. Gotta love the Russians. So backwards, only squadron leader as a radio navigation. Yeah. Well, you have DCS that have quite a good Vietnam. Saw the Guardian in mission, P-47 in it. You're able to stick your head out through the cockpit. So, yes, games, you can, but it gives you a thing that says, hey, don't do that. You can also put your hands to the side. Let's see. Close to bedtime for me. Yeah, it's getting late over there, ain't it? Let's see. I play VTOL VR using in-game controls, stick and rudder. God, are they smooth and intuitive or a bit funky to use? Everything in here has been a little bit... It's been good, but then you try to click like certain buttons and it gets a little clunky. Do you raise and lower gear and flaps using HOTAS, or do you use in-game switches? So, flaps and gear is all in-game. That's all in-game in this. I'm not sure if you're talking to me, but if you are, that's the answer. All right, if nobody has anything that you guys specifically want to see, I would crave for VB10. Well, I don't think we're getting the Frenchies anytime soon. They try to be more historical than War Thunder and a French Air Force. Huh. Sorry. You guys are just easy to beat up on. Central Powers and Entente Allies. Anybody want to see any World War I stuff? It's been hours and hours since I've flown any of the World War I stuff. Anyone? Thank you for answering. Yeah, I got you. I'm here to answer the questions, really. Sorry if I miss a few. I can't really check it very well when I'm in VR. Can I do the Guardian Angel single mission? Sure, Blackbird, I can do that. Oh, I have a few people asking for the World War I one. We can do that. We'll do World War I first, and then look at this. What was the Guardian Angels? Guardian Angel P-51. Oh, we can check that out. I just don't like... I want to get into some air battles. Just right now. Just like personally, and then we can do that. Fokker or Sopwith? I think we go Fokker. Come on, you gotta go the triplane, right? Nah, we did that earlier. Frick it. Sopwith. I flew this one only at night. Let's go to battle. Well, here we go. Out of water. Refueling. Oh my god, excuse me. Here we go, gentlemen. Nice evening match. Nice little sunset. So we've flown the SPAD a lot for the Great War event, but let's do Sopwith. I think there is only one map for World War I. Just a heads up. We're going to go Tracers so everybody can see the wonderful glory of World War I. Alright, I got to let off the brakes. This is the Sopwith Camel. The light is automatically turned on because it's kind of dark in here. As you can see, throttle down there. Stick right here. We do actually have a speed indicator. Some of the World War I stuff or aircraft don't have the speed indicators. And we have this cool little sight, which is pretty detailed. Okay. Dude, the speed indicator is literally hooked up to that. That's awesome. Alright. Increasing throttle. Hand on stick. Ready for takeoff. And we're up. Just like that. Simple as can be. We're actually going to fly with the thumbsticks till we get into the battle. So this is just for visibility reasons, I believe. It's pretty cool. Yeah, visibility is kind of rough with this because you're directly under the wing. The other ones you're a little bit further back, like in the SPAD and stuff. It's still not the easiest thing to see, but at least when you look to the right and to the left, there's you can look straight down. It's not really the case with this. Gosh, these guys need to learn how to fly steady. They're spazzing out. They're spatting out, if you will. Yeah, so this map is actually the same one that we saw in the World War I event for War Thunder. The only weird thing is that they've changed the field colors here, and they've actually changed this battlefield, so it's not the same one. They've added a proper no man's land. They got rid of some of the buildings. There's no tanks, but they added a shite ton of machine guns, and there is the lighthouse on the very end. That's how I was able to initially identify it, because the colors and stuff are very different. But it's mostly air domination, and they got rid of the lap map or the lap little chart that you have in the World War II stuff. I don't know if that's just glitched right now or if they're going to add that later, but you don't have that. So if you want to know your airspeed, you have to look at your actual speed gauges for this one, or your ammo count. I have no idea how much ammunition the Sopwith takes, and like there's no way for me to know until I count the bullets. We do have the full tracers though. It looks great. I wish I could turn off the cockpit light. So all of these are not aircraft, but a lot of these are actually barrage balloons. But there should be plenty of aircraft also in there. We're going to follow in these guys since they always seem to know where the enemies are. What do they have? Okay, a bunch of Fokkers. Yeah, some triplanes. Looks like 2 triplanes. And then some others. Yeah, so they're actually in the thing already, and that's where they're at. Alright. We're going to gain some altitude. I don't know if I'm overheating the engine in any way at all either. But I think one of those warnings will pop up in the front of the screen. Which I thought I would hate. I actually don't mind. You can see through it way more than I thought you could. The little, like, over-rev stuff. The warnings. Alright, we're going to put on a little bit of a late side climb. Very, very small climb. They're all going to merge over top of no man's land here. See, I think this World War I setting actually has the most potential to do really well. And I did test it earlier. You can, in fact, hit the strings or the wires on the barrage balloons, and it'll take down your aircraft, which I'm going to have to be really, really careful about now, since it's all dark. This is so many tracers. I would love to know how the PlayStation's going to handle this. Like, I don't think the machine gunners on the ground need full tracers. That's just me personally. It does look crazy, especially at night. Like, holy moly. It's actually hard to track through it. Oh, we're gonna hit him. Okay, a little bit of shots there. Let's focus on this guy. Pull up. Some hits, only 2 or 3. I think that was a spat on his 6. Yep, no more incoming. They should all be passed. It is really difficult to see with this. I think you have a little bit more consistent engine power, though, which is nice. And the Sopwith is not too difficult to fly. I would love to try this one without the auto trimming. Just because they were notoriously difficult to fly. Oh, that was a pilot. No? It felt like a pilot. Like if there was a pilot in there, we got him. Okay, we're not. Okay, we're not. Yep. Okay, well, we really had to check, you know? We had to be thorough. Fine, we'll respawn here in a second. I wanted to get close, but, like, obviously not that close. Oh, let me out of the plane, please. I was really hoping it'd just kill me. But the hand controls and where they're testing this seems to be in an Oculus, so they actually don't have a proper button map for the PSVR2 yet. So I can't access the menu that'll let me jump out of the plane, or access the menu that will like bring me to this screen. This just does it automatically, so I gotta wait a little bit. Let's go in the SPAD. Since I know how this should fly from the Great War event, it sounds different. Off brake. Yeah, this thing should fly climb very, very slow. I'm gonna read chat while we're headed over to the battlefield. Because it auto flies for me. This is so chaotic. I love it. I like that the telescope works. That's a nice detail. Yeah, it is. I don't see a specific way to like hit a button and actually go in, like into the telescopic view to really make it work. Like to put your eye up to. Let's see. Like World War 1, planes do actually. Oh, wait, wondering. Is there simulator-like game mode? So, yeah, there is not like an EC-like mode. There is no long-form mode. Everything is going to be kind of like how it is in RP. Great question, but in the World War I planes, can you use the racking handles on the MGs? No. You also can't do it in the World War II stuff as well. I tried it on the LA5 with the Shraks. They have these big red handles for when you jam. I tried jamming it and doing that, but obviously I overheated it. I didn't jam it. So there's no mechanic to jam the guns, so there's no reason to need to grab these, unfortunately. I know some games, I played some Oculus game at one point where like you needed to do that every once in a while, and I thought it was really annoying. So I don't mind it. I think it'd be neat if you overheated it to be able to rack it. Did I miss the mosquito fly out? Fishbed, you did not. But you just gave me an idea for the next flight, so thank you. How real does it feel? The World War I stuff feels super real. I prefer to be flying with my HOTAS, just personally. The only part that kind of sucks is the auto trimming, because it doesn't feel like you're flying the plane as much as some of the AI sometimes. Not AI, the computer sometimes. Like this aircraft, when I let go of the controls and it's just chilling, should be doing some weird stuff. But there's no way to turn that off, and there's no way to set automatic or to set manual trim, unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Triplane. Here we go. We got the energy on. There's another one we don't want to get sucked down too much. They are after me though. Alright, we're gonna go up for triplane. Honestly, the VR controls don't feel awful. Gosh, he can turn like crazy. Is that surprising? It shouldn't be surprising. Rudder kick hard. Beautiful. There's two of these guys. Very nice. Is that a SPAD? No. It's another triplane. Oh! This is exactly what happened in the Great War event, too. I finally get into a freaking fight, and it just decides, yeah, nah, game's over. That's lame. Lame. Alright, we're gonna try the Mosquito. I haven't given this one a shot yet. Tool battle. So many guns on this thing. Let's see how it flies. The Mosquito, in War Thunder Sim, when you fly it, it's an absolute pain. No, I don't want to exit. It's an absolute pain to take off, but I have a feeling it's going to go just like a jet. Almost like they're counter-rotating props, but they're not. Because the auto-trimming, it really helps with the takeoff. Like, you don't need to hold brake or really hit rudder at all. In fact, I'm just not going to do that at all. We're just going to punch it 100% power and see what it does. Oh my gosh. Night maps. Night maps on night maps. Can I take a bomb? Ooh. Oh, those are all locked. I can take that bomb, though. I want to see how that works with having a bomb bay. Does it drop immediately? Do I have to hit it twice? Let's figure this out. All right. Off break. What's up, buddy? Nelson. All right. Bringing that up. Off break. Controls. Not touching anything. It's going straight as an arrow. Wow, look at those. The searchlights. That looks sick. Yeah, straight as an arrow. Flaps, I believe, are up here on this aircraft, which is interesting. We're going to pull back. Yeah, they literally just took off on its own. Gear up. Very nice. We're sitting in a WEP here, which means that we're going to start overheating pretty quick. We do got the bombs on board. Are the searchlights from the fleet? Because that'd be awesome. I think they are, which is sick. Yeah, and they've got some over there too. Wow. I've never seen that before. That looks amazing. They're not exactly right on top of the fleet, but you get the effect. It'd be nice too if you could choose which airfield you take off from. There's no air spawns though, even in the heavy attackers, so it's not exactly like RB. Like you don't get a forward spawn if you start in the Mosquito or something. I haven't seen this map yet. Boulogne sur Mer. Some French thing, I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, so here's our AI. Does anybody know what he does? I've asked him multiple times, but he's non-compliant. You know? I've written him up a few times, and no one seems to care. Like, he doesn't work the radio, the fuel's over there, and he just never tells me what it is. Just an absolute paycheck goblin. It's crazy. He's just here for the benefits. Unfortunately, he's probably going to die with me flying, but it is what it is. So what are these? SP2Cs or 63s? Okay, so we're fighting just the Germans here. Hey, what aircraft are these? It looks like a 63. All you is 63. Oh, it's a Firefly. It's a Firefly. I didn't see the invasion stripes. We are fast. Is this thing faster than what it normally is? Imagine. We got the 2 bombs. I'm gonna hit the button just once. Huh. Hit it once. Hit it twice. So I had to hit it 3 times. I'm gonna wait for... Oh, we're in a freaking... I'm an idiot. This is like considered a multiplayer match, so it's not gonna respawn. I thought we were still in the other things. I am dumb. I am stupid. I am stupid. Alright, control stick feels nice. Honestly, if you guys are a fan of the Mosquito, this is the game to play it in. Because it gets rid of all that weird BS that the Mosquito has in War Thunder Sim, and it actually flies nice. And you have Nigel, so if you're lonely, you know, it's really helpful. We're going to do some air-to-air. Not always advisable with this thing. Oh my gosh, he got lit up. Who did it? Who did the lighting? Oh gosh. Just merged with 2 Germans. This could be very bad. We're going to sit in wet. We're going to do the forbidden Mosquito maneuver. Oh, right rudder a little bit. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. Let's save the Firefly. Hit him. He's gone. Second. Little miss. They almost hit each other. It's a 109 G2 and F4. Oh, come on. Give it to me. Yeah, dude, this thing flies like a dream. If you like the Mosquito, this is where it's at. I can't believe I'm even saying that. I hate the Mosquito, dude. I mean, it looks pretty, but that's about all it's got going for it. Oh, come on. Get the deflection. Yes! Oh my gosh, he got thrown from the... Oh, I thought that was him. It's his tail. Are we overheating? No, not yet. Rolling under. Don't overroll it. A little bit of right rudder to compensate. Here's our buddy. Firefly looks clear to me. Unless we got the tail now. Hello? Oh, yeah. So I can just fire the machine guns by half holding the trigger. That's kind of interesting. And the sounds are different than what they are in War Thunder. I don't think we have many of these guys killed. Let's turn around. Obviously, I haven't flown defensive very much because the AI in the online battles kind of just attack the other AI, so I'm sort of just free to bag some kills. It's actually kind of nice. It lets the players, when they actually do fill up a server, or maybe not fill up, but like half fill up a server with real players, it lets the actual players just, you know, actually fight each other. Instead of getting bogged down with annoying AI named Gerald and other stupid names. Ryan. Sorry if you're named Ryan. guys are fighting at a higher altitude. At least the AI aren't being like really, really low altitude. Dumb dummies. So which one of these is an ally? It's hard to tell from here. They're kind of just dots to me so far. One's got energy, one's just flying steady. They got 3 guys left, all 109s. We got a few kills here. There's some down there. That looks like a firefly. Oh, yep. Definitely have ourselves a 109. He's missing. Does this one have an ammo counter? I kind of thought it did. Oh, Spitfire. He's chasing him. Oh, come on. Tell me the Mosquito can do that. Really? Blacking out? Oh, so when you black out, you can't see who's your ally. That's kind of neat. Because that's definitely a Spitfire. So if I wanted to use flaps with this, I'd have to reach across and do it. It's interesting. Uh-oh. I think our Spitfire buddy's having a bad day. That's a 109 there, too. Can we pull him in? Where's he going in? Ah, couldn't rudder over. Rudder was locked. We're overshooting. Pulling back on throttle. Might have some contact. Second one's on me. Where's that a spit? It's hard to tell. Oh, negative on spit. A little bit of damage. Nothing crazy. Going to the flat scissor with a 109. Oh, come on. Rudder over. Yes. Don't give me a stall warning like that. Keep the energy up in the turn. You're doing good with the engine temps. Oh no. Oh no! That would be on him. That would be on him. I'd get to heaven and I'd plead my case. It wasn't my fault. I actually don't know where he went after that. That's a big old problem. Unless that's him. I don't know if it is. Oh god. Maybe the cloud raiding around on me. There's so much speed. And I'm one circling a 109 and I'm going up against a 109. Gonna roll it over. Where are the allies? Problems occurring. We're doing good though? I think we're doing okay. Oh, come on, no! Pull back the throttle. No, we don't have enough altitude. Yeah. See, that is where the Mosquito's kind of strange characteristics come in. You think with the massive tail it would have a little bit more effect on the aircraft, but I think it just has so much weight in front. It's kind of an odd plane. Honestly, those fights weren't bad. Let's see. Crazy to think that plane was made of balsa. Yeah, and plywood. Let's actually hop into the Spitfire. Since it seems like there's a few of these guys still up. Yeah. Alright. So because the Spit also has this auto trimming thing, which they all do, it makes it a lot easier to fly. So many of these planes are really, really annoying to fly in War Thunder Sim. Like this one, this has a super touchy elevator for some reason. It's mostly because the stick is kind of massive. You can see there's so much play in it. So, oh gosh. Let's pull that back. Where's the gear? I think it's down. Yeah, it's down on this side. It's kind of unusual. Alright, so I'm going to release with the right hand, grab with that, and pull gear up. Come on. Gear, gear, up. Sick. Let go, and off. A little bit more. And this is flaps. Flaps. Do something. Huh. That doesn't seem interactable. Or if it is, it's really finicky. Yeah, that's super finicky. So the elevator is kind of touchy with a HOTAS when you fly the Spitfire, but it's because the stick is pretty large. So you're doing like movements in a span of this. That would be a span of this, you know. It's kind of sensitive, but not when you are actually holding it like this, right? Because you have the realistic amount of play. Two of these fellers left. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I fatal errored. Oh, rip. I have not had that yet. The game can be running at a time. Okay. Weird. How is that one doing? Okay. Alright, we're going to get this thing loaded back up. And I'll answer your guys' final questions. Alright, relaunching. I gotta say, the game loads very quickly, which is nice. That's the first time I fatal errored. I've been playing for like 7 hours at this point. I don't know why it did that. I had no indication about why. Alright, let's go through some questions here, guys. I've flown a lot. Like, a lot. This live stream has been quite long. So, let's see if you guys got anything to say, any specific things I missed. How do you see the altitude and stuff? Is it in the top corner like War Thunder, or do you look at the gauges? Sedone, you look at the gauges. Bruh, there can be no players in the gunner seat at this point, no. Sedone, there's also, especially for the World War II stuff, an ability for you to have this knee pad. Not knee pad, it's sort of a notepad on your knee that'll also tell you your speed and stuff. Flaps and mechanics are made to be activated by both the pilot and co-pilot, so that's why they are in the middle. Yes, correct. Yep, that is what Nigel is supposed to do, but he does not normally do it. Bruh, when we were fighting, yes, those were bots. War Thunder music absolutely slaps. Now I'm with... Nice. When is it released, says J-Dog. We don't know quite yet. We do not know at all. Need a fan for World War I planes. Definitely do. I need a fan regardless. Is there a way for auto trim to be disabled? Will there be an option? Well, let's check it out. Oh god. I'll go through it right now. I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at. Hey, we actually unlocked the SB2C camo. That's pretty cool. Because we killed some ground targets. That's actually sick. Alright. So this is what we deal with in the settings. Controls. So there's the custom controls is what I have set up right now. And then there's left-handed, right-handed, as well as left-handed sim, right-handed sim. Yeah, so as you can see, there is no trim. There's toggle air brake. So there's no aircraft in the game that require an air brake or have one, right? Oh, SP2C has an air brake, and so does the D4Y3. Okay. So there's a way to map flaps up, flap down, drop bomb, fire machine guns, left brake, right brake, all of this stuff right here. But this is all the controls that you have. So there's nothing additional to that. Like there's nothing hidden in a menu at all. This is everything you got. Interface. This is all my measurement units, some comfort, and some other things here, which aren't very important. So that's all that you have to bind. The questions. Wish early access was available on PS5. That would be amazing. I think I'd get some higher FPS for you guys if I could. First time catching a stream. High Flyer, this is the first time I've streamed in a while. I streamed once, like yesterday or 2 days ago. But before then I hadn't streamed for over a year. So you're here for the rare event. Welcome. Unfortunately, I do think I'm almost finishing up here, but I've been live for 3.5 hours, which is a super long time to be talking nonstop, or almost nonstop. Does anybody have any questions? I did promise that I would be live until I answered every chat question, so I want to test everything as much as I possibly can. I mean, this is really a cool opportunity that I have, and I know if I was a viewer, I would just want to do it myself, you know? So I want to be kind of your extra hands if you guys have any questions. I can't even whistle. I'm so dehydrated. How touchy do the controls feel? I think it depends on the aircraft. Like, it's sort of the reverse of the War Thunder problem with the HOTAS, right? So, like, if an aircraft has a lot of play, like a Spitfire, it's actually easier to control with the VR controls because you can move it from such a far way. But if it's something like the World War I planes, they're kind of annoying. But they're kind of annoying regardless. Like, even in the Great War event, they were a little touchy. Can you be a tail gunner in a 2-seat aircraft? Unfortunately not. I would love to. Like, absolutely love to. Especially after they showed off that feature and it's just not here yet. They haven't even said anything about it. They just put it in the first reveal trailer and then didn't say a word about it. You think they'll bring over the they'll bring over the upscaled the main game? Do I think they'll bring over the main game? Or do I think that they're going to upscale this to the main game? Because I don't think they're going to upscale this. Because mind you, this needs to run in VR on a PS5 in order for this game to really sell well on a PSVR2. Is there manual engine control, like different fuel mixtures? Bruh, I really, really wish there was. But there is not. There is no trim, and there are no manual engine controls. So all the specific little tricks that I've been kind of making for y'all, I can't do it. I'm sorry. No, you're fine with the misspelling, High Flyer. I think that's what you were asking. If not, let me know. Mac, if you're still here, thanks for the donation earlier, by the way. You're the only person who's ever donated to one of my streams. That's got to be a cool honor, brother. I mean, it's an honor for me. Let's see. Any other questions? I can do anything right now. Don't feel like you're pushing me to do something. I'm really, really enjoying this. I hope they add tank crew. That would be cool. That would be neat. Imagine a multi-crew tank crew. Now we're talking about a whole different game. You guys want to know a funny story? I think they've been cooking with the name Aces of Thunder for a long time. I think War Thunder was maybe supposed to be called Aces at some point. Because remember, War Thunder only launched with aircraft. And whenever you launch War Thunder, or I bring it into my recording software, it says aces.exe. It doesn't say warthunder.exe. It says aces. It's been doing that for years. Yes, do Guardian Angel. I can do that. How does landing on the carrier feel? It feels really cool, Flyboy. It's a little painful because every time I've done it, I smash my nose into the carrier. But honestly, it feels really sick. I could do the Guardian Angel one. I would love to see them add the ability to bail and parachute. So James, they do. I haven't been able to show it because my VR controls don't let me. But if you go and look up a guy called Upload VR, about 40 minutes in, he jumps out of a P-51 C-10. And the animation is, you keep your momentum, the plane keeps on flying, but like he went this direction, and he looked up, and there was a parachute, and you basically are in the view of the guy on the parachute down. So like if you were to bail out at like 20,000 feet, and there's a whole fight going on beneath you with flak and everything, you can survey that by going all the way down to the ground and bailing out. So that actually is something that's possible. If you want to see the animation, it's in the video I uploaded yesterday near the very end. I was spiraling down a P-63, and I included the clip from Upload VR stream. But they made this right now for Oculus. So, like, I have 2 extra buttons on my PSVR2 controllers, but they're, like, menu buttons that work to the PC that... I'm, like, missing a button that they can bind, which is why I can't bring up a menu and why I have to, like, leave sometimes and then restart the game. Is there a replay feature? Bruh, I really, really wish there was. And I'm not trying to be rude. His name is Bruh. Also, I hope they add earlier aircraft like the Hurricane or Stuka. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. They they have some art included where the Stuka is included. That would be amazing. I can see myself kicking my legs in my chair when that happens. Oh, interesting. That's epic. Exactly what I'd imagined. I would check it out. Thanks. Yep. Love your content, man. Hell of a wingman when I ran into you a few months ago. Yeah, dude. I'm always there. I love Sim. I find it very fun. And I'm competitive, so I feel like I am a good wingman sometimes. Thank you for staying. And thank you for checking out the stream. I really do appreciate it. I don't stream very often, so I'm very grateful to all you guys who have come and watched. I want to see how many people actually have. Because the last time I streamed, guys, you got to understand, this was to like 5 people. And there have been over 1,000 that have shown up for this. This is the first time I feel like a true content creator. It's actually wild. Yeah, so thank all of you guys for being here. You said I pray to get to experience the F4U Corsair, Aces of Thunder or Sim Battles. It's a hard toss-up. I think if I was on... so here's the deal, right? If I was still on PlayStation, which I was as of a few months ago, and I had a PSVR2, but I couldn't fly in a flight sim, and I was, still flying with just a flat screen in War Thunder, 100% I'd be in Aces every single day. Because I just like the VR. I like being immersed. I don't know if you could tell from my videos, but I like being immersed. But for me, as of right now, since I'm on PC, and I can be in VR and do this stuff, I don't see a full reason to come over here all the time. I think I might. I definitely will. Because I am very interested in this game. And I feel like I am the target demographic for it. But I think right now Sim still has it beat. Just because of the long-form stuff. I felt they had a cool opportunity to do something with the game modes, and there might still be some that are coming, but we haven't seen any. Things like Super Special, it's mostly RB. Guardian Angel was the one he wanted to see, and we will do that, because I did promise that and then forget. Love your content. Okay, you already said that. Thank you very much. It'll be cool if your pilot's head moves to where you look. Oh, like you could see somebody else's move? That would be pretty sick. Pray to get to experience the F4U Corsair. I'm back. Welcome back, Thick Rick. I get this is based off the Dagor engine, but did they manage to get more detailed everything within the plane's cockpits? So yes, so all of the gauges work, all of them now, for all the aircraft. Will I fall out if I go inverted without strapping in level of detail? No. There are a bunch of switches, but you can't interact with all of them. You can just interact with some of the main controls. Yes, I can see this being my main VR game on PS5. Yeah, me too. So, Ian, my story with the VR on... I actually played the PSVR 1. I played a bunch of, like, No Man's Sky. It was okay. You just had those big wands. It was a little weird. But then ACES got announced 2 years ago at this point, and I got the PSVR 2 because I wanted to cover it. So then I was just sitting with a PSVR 2 and not many new games to play, so I got GT7. I got, like, a racing wheel and played crap out of Gran Turismo 7, and I still play it every once in a while. I've been waiting for this game for so long. So the flight models feel fine. Yes, they're the same as they are in War Thunder. It'd be so cool if we have multiplayer bomber crews in formation. That would be so cool, bro. All right, I promised that I would do Guardian Angel before we finished up. So that's what we're going to do. With a squadron of 4 P-51 D5s. That's why. What? Protect the convoy on its mission. So I'm flying a C-10, but the D5s are here. He saw that. Oh my gosh, you're a genius. I did not see that at all. I gotta read more. See, I'm staring at the pictures too much. Okay, let's actually check if the D5s are really what's here. Okay. Alright. Altitude suction. Heck yeah. I love the suction. Water temps. Where are my D5s? I'm sorry, they're not D5s. They got that wrong. Those are, in fact, Red Tail 51s. What's going on according to the map? Protect the truck convoy. So, ground strafing. Do we have a bomb? Negative on bombs. This is like the worst ground strafing aircraft. Yeah, they typed in the wrong thing, didn't they? Holy crap. We definitely took that hit. Sparked. I think we ignored the AA as best we can. We'll go for the things that are going to target the convoy. I don't know where my allies went. Are they beneath me? There's so much AA here. Oh my gosh. Oh, maybe these are the things that are going to attack the convoy too. Yeah, look at all that. Oh, that's so sick. They did a really good job with these. Straight. Oh. Took a small hit. Oh, maybe not. Pilot's oranged. He got shot. I didn't feel it. VR isn't that immersive yet. I don't even know where this truck convoy is. Looks like they're way over there, but I don't know if I gotta destroy all this flak or just fly through it. We're gonna get closer to the convoy. My gosh. They did a really good job with these environments, to be honest. It's really cool. That looks sick. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. Some like howitzers and stuff that are set up. Is that one? Oh, that was an ally. Oh, that's a tree. Okay, so this is an allied controlled town. It's like the convoy is coming up here on the left. Ground striking in an aircraft with only 450s and no other weaponry or armaments is kind of rough, but I'm gonna make the best of it. Where is he? Those are decent. We're still. Oh, we're not leaking. Okay, I thought we were leaking. Are we leaking? We are leaking. Are we leaking? Oil? Coolant? Man. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard one. Maybe with the HOTUS this would be more of a challenge. Or not more of a challenge, but more doable. Yeah, we took a big hit. Pretty accurate with the radiator getting hit right away when you try ground striking in a P-51. They got that right. This is why it's not a great idea. I wonder how many we have to destroy. Probably more than one. This is all I've managed to get. This is an ally, correct? No, it's not. The ally is over that way. Oh, we got both sides of him. Did a lot of rounds. Rudder. Beautiful. And we're up. That was a nice one. Yeah, there's something about these snow maps. They don't have the lighting quite right yet. It looks very off. Like it's not blended very well. We're gonna have to work on that just a little bit. The truck convoy seems to be doing alright. That World War I stuff was really fun too. I might hop into one more match of that and actually do well this time. Come on. I'm gonna run out of ammo. Definitely close. 426, okay. About 2/3 of it's used. Looks like there's something over here they want me to destroy. Rudder, please. Oh, that's probably part of the convoy. Is the convoy over here, and they have to get to that safe zone? Might be what this is. Oh! Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then there's just a tank sitting right next to it that they can't kill themselves. Okay. I understand it now. Well, we've cleared the path in front of them. Oh, good work, 51. Great work. Alright, what's the next little bit? Ooh. There's a lot of drag going on right now. You know what, our engine's probably dying. Yeah, it's definitely dying. How's the interaction of the dashboard like flap and landing gear? I noticed some issues on the last video posted. And again, it's kind of like an alpha right now. Yeah, exactly. It is kind of like an alpha. It depends on the aircraft, right? So, like, this one, it also depends on the placement. So sometimes I have something that's in the way. So the gear would be down here for this. And I think the flaps are... there's a little knob at the back. But, like, my cable isn't long enough, so it's kind of annoying. But for this mission, we don't really need flaps too much. Plus, I'm about to dive into this guy because my plane's about to implode. I have about 2 lives left. Yeah, so there's plenty of stuff here, whether you like doing ground strike or whether you're more of an air targets guy. I told you we're going to plunge into him. I want a new plane. Give me a new plane. Yes, very nice. Yeah, so these aren't P-51 D5s, although it did say P-51 D5 in the start of it, didn't it? Oh, gosh. Oh. Gotta take control. That convoy's going kind of slow. You'd think it'd be moving a little bit quicker. It might actually be bugged, because it hasn't moved at all. And bug convoys aren't anything new. Mind you, this is alpha testing, or beta testing. And we're up. There's a lot of side slip going on, because I don't have, like, full control of it. So as far as controls go, I'm in a PSVR2 with HOTAS, or not with HOTAS, misspoke, with PSVR2 hand controllers, using the in-cockpit controls. You can obviously interact with these ones. I'm also using like the thumbsticks for the throttle. It's a little bit easier for that. And then I can have my left hand free. Some aircraft don't have the ability to open the cockpit with. I know that was kind of advertised, but it's not there yet. Like, you can't grab these knobs and slide it back, even though this is just a slide. Even on the ground. Like, that's not just a limitation because we're flying right now. Got it. Okay. I'm really convinced that the convoy is bugged. So we're just gonna do that and then do it one more time. Yeah, see, the trees are really weird. They've used like the lowest quality of tree possible. In War Thunder Sim, even with the low graphics quality, you hit a certain point and then the trees will switch over from being this sort of poly version to being a more high def version, and it just doesn't happen at any point. Yeah, so that's the Guardian Angel single mission. For the guy who was curious, it's pretty cool, especially if you're trying to like work on your aim. I would say having only 1,260 rounds of 50 cal between 4 50 cals is a skill to be able to take out all those targets. Especially if you're running like limited ammo, no, or limited ammo, yes. Sorry. All right, what's chat saying? What do you guys want to see? You want to see some World War I stuff before we head out? Any support for rudder pedal attachments? I'm guessing that'll come with the HOTAS support. So there is HOTAS support, and I can show you exactly what I'm using. There is HOTAS support. It's just being really weird. And I actually do have a rudder pedal attached, which I'm using. So I'm using hands-on for everything except the rudder. The rudder I'm using with my feet. Here we go. So yaw axis and then throttle axis. So this is, I'm using that for the thumbstick on the left side, roll and pitch. I can also use my thumb on the right. And then the left brake and right brake. The only issue is that there's no way to invert these right now. So like my left brake and my right brake are actually always on until I press down on them, which is the opposite of how it should be. And that same effect is what was happening with my HOTAS, and there's no way to invert it. So I was literally flying where like I pulled back on the stick and it pitched forward, and that was just driving me insane. So I switched that off, and I'm just flying with the in-cockpit controls. Plus, I think it's a better representation for those who are looking for the VR stuff. Anybody else want to see stuff? World War I. How immersive is it, bro? It's very immersive. More World War I, please. I can definitely do that. I'm going to Superphone advertising the D5. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that, Blackbirds. Could you fly the DR1 now? I don't think I've seen it. Yes, I can. Any support for rudder pedal? I already read that one. The convoy doesn't move until all threats are destroyed, if I remember correctly. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the patience for it. Ground striking is not my thing. With the Mosquito, aircraft like the Ju-88 or maybe an A-26 would come later. Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's see. Looking damn good. How's the interaction of the dashboard? Read that one. All right, dude. I really like World War I stuff, and I think this is where the game is gonna excel. Let's check out the Fokker DR1, the triplane. Any specific single missions with these ones? No, I think we already checked this. All the years are 1942 and beyond. Let's go to battle. German side. So as I mentioned, with these other nations, when you select them, you get 1 life per. But when it comes to these two, you actually get 2 lives per aircraft. That's because there's only 2. So 4 lives between a realistic battle match. No SP. Happy? Yes. How is this compared to VTOL VR? So I have not flown VTOL VR. From what I've seen, this is leaning a little bit more towards the in-cockpit realism. So like the buttons aren't as not awkwardly, it's actually helpful. But they're not as large in this. Like in VTOL VR, sometimes like the screens and stuff are very much for accessibility. And the aircraft, of course, aren't real, so they have nothing that they need to stick to. All right, let's go to the Fokker DR1 here. But obviously, this is also not modern. And that's kind of where I think they saw a little bit of a niche, you know? VTOL VR is, of course, semi-modern. Sorry, I don't know if you can see that. I'm just adjusting the screen. All right, so we're going to take off, and we're probably going to start rotating at about 30 knots. Watch this. Yeah, 27, 28. Oh, I've got it. I'm still on brake. Idiot. Yep, 35, and we're in the air. That's what you do with 3 wings. You got the flare gun down there with the obnoxiously long barrel, which... Oh! It's not an obnoxiously long barrel. I am just very stupid. Okay, so you just throw that ammo in the gun and pull the trigger and it just goes straight up. No need to aim. That's actually kind of neat. I like that. So this one has the speed gauge. Not all of these World War I aircraft have the speed gauge. And it's the same map. So there's only one World War I map. And it's the same one that we got for the Great War event, but with like different fuel colors and different things. There's a little bit of different things. The No Man's Land looks fantastic. How is this compared to VTOL VR? I already read that. Why do I keep doing that? Well, gotcha. Also, World War I would be so dope. Enthusiasm. I'd love to see it. I like that the blue markers don't show up unless you look directly at somebody. World War I is really where this is going to excel. I promise you. It's just so cool, man. It's so cool. There's a flare gun, yes, but you can't use it, unfortunately. Is that a bandolier of shotgun shells on your right? No, so it's a bandolier, indeed, but it's of flare rounds. So these would probably have different colors on them, and then you pop it in there. Love the older biplanes. Yeah, me too. They're really neat. There's like no engine power to them, but with the wings like this, you don't need it. This thing creates a lot of drag. Oh, what is all that? So you don't get the knee pad that tells you the stuff that you do with the World War I or World War II stuff. I've said stuff so many times. But it looks great. And you can tell it's the same map even with the color changes and everything because of the lighthouse and that little island over there. Archipelago, whatever you want to call it. This is the Battle of Ypres? 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 You can see all the barrage balloons along the entire front line. And see how the front line actually extends from this little section all the way down that way too. And so many tracers with there's like a blimp halfway crashed. No tanks or nothing, but a whole load of trench lines. Should I buy the game considering I'm an avid aviation enjoyer? I play DCS. So, just to consider, it's gonna be more arcadey. It is fun, but if you're into like some World War I stuff, or you just want a game where maybe it's a little bit more relaxing than, let's say, a DCS, then yeah, then totally, sure. But I'm not a financial advisor, whatever people say. I'm also, this is not a paid endorsement either. Like, they just gave me access. I can say what I want. So it's up to you, but I'm certainly gonna get it if that isn't obvious. I'm more interested to see what types of players come and play, you know? Because I think we're going to get a lot of VR users, so if you're somebody who just wants to relax and probably, you know, shark the leaderboards a little bit, this'll be your match. This'll be your game. Or it'll go super competitive, and, you know, that would be fun too. Or it'll be a mix, like how Sim is. I don't see any people. Yeah, there's only a few. That's interesting. Some of the battles I had yesterday had a lot of bots. It seems as though they might have capped that overnight. Yeah, so here's the fight. There's the Fokker. Oh, someone hit a barrage balloon. Oh, that's awesome. Let's go after the camel. Since he's on our guy. Oh, there's his tail. Beautiful. On the other one. We led too much. Let's see what the turning is like. Speed 90. Oh, gosh, dude. Wow. He wanted to kill us both. Oh, you too? We led too much there. Really? No way. Spad isn't on us. Beautiful. Come on. Dang. I don't know what's going on. Oh, gotta watch the cable. It's like it's just drifting a little bit. I don't know. It's odd. Alright, we're gonna stay with this guy who's down low. He's been wanting us to kill him desperately. There he goes. Yeah, that's his elevator. That'll be off. He'll be out of the fight. Oh gosh. Alright, let's just keep control. And once you're down on the deck with the World War I stuff, I actually like this three-wing aircraft because you have such a low stall speed. Oh yes, Spad. Yes. These. Hit him a little bit. Over on the left. Don't roll underneath. There's no altitude for that. But there is for something like this. The Spads go kind of crazy. They just keep going up super aggressively. Yeah, it keeps like half rolling. Maybe that's me with the rudder. I don't know. Oh, he's going in, isn't he? Yeah. Yup. I don't know if we got credit for that. I don't know if we tagged him at all. Yeah, we didn't. Wow. You suck. I suck. But generally, we can just explore the map. I mean, it's really, really cool, man. It's really, really awesome. I want to see if I can take shots from these MGs. We'll go right in the line of fire with the second one. Should shoot now. Oh, he, like, skipped over me. That was interesting. Yeah, so here's the environment. There's no infantry running across no man's land, but it looks pretty neat. I kind of want to see if I can fly inside of that. Dip a wing? Yeah, you can dip a wing totally in there. Huh, that's cool. Anybody else on the other team? 2 camels. 2 Camille's. Yeah, what in the world was that? It completely snapped over. Yeah, we're doing 72. That's in knots, too. Oh my gosh. It must just be whenever I turn my head, I like drop my arm. That's gotta be what it is. So we can do some ground strike stuff. I also don't know how much ammo I have in this. It is limited in the multiplayer. Whoa! Took enough bullets. What turret is it? Oh my gosh! I suck with that. That's actually exactly how I died earlier when I flew it too. There's so much, yeah, there's just so much I don't know, movement in that negative direction. It's really wild. Okay, I'm just gonna say generally when I look at the when I look at the concurrent viewers, all right, concurrent viewers are a pretty good judge about what people find interesting. There's always the most when I'm playing the World War I stuff, so I just keep that in your mind. Maybe that's just because it's closer, it's easy to see and everything, or it's just really fun and people haven't had the opportunity to fly it yet because they may not have played the April Fool's event. But if we're just judging interest off of concurrent viewers, it's that. Yes, William, it is a kite. I know it probably won't feel as good as VTOL as the planes and VTOL are made for VR, but I still hope the VR controller support is good. It is not bad. You know, I gotta say it's not bad so far, especially for where they are in development. I'm curious to know how haptic feedback will feel on the PSVR2 headset. So there's no haptic feedback on the headset, but there are on the controller. So when I go into what's called WEP, which is a war engine control mode, we're gonna keep flying. Yeah, we're gonna keep flying. Let's go camel. When I go into a war engine mode, which is 100% and then plus, so like 110% throttle, the whole aircraft will shake, and that shakes my controllers. Also, when I fire, it gives me a little bit of haptic feedback. There's also a cool thing where I can pull the trigger halfway, and it just fires the machine guns. But if I pull all the way, it'll fire both the machine guns and the cannons on the aircraft, which is pretty neat. I haven't seen that done before, where like a half trigger pull will do something. It's pretty fascinating. And if you want to select things in the menu, you literally just throw your fist at it. All right, tracers and the SOP with camel. We got some good lighting here too. Oh, notice it'll be on the same map. Any comments? Let's see. Does PSVR have the haptic feedback on PC? I thought it didn't. It does. It does. Is spotting the same as in War Thunder? Yes. If anything, it's a little bit harder in Aces of Thunder, and I think that's a good thing. In War Thunder, for whatever... Oh my god, it just took off. What airspeed was that? That was insane. Okay. We are in the air. The Sopwith takes off by itself. That's insane. Okay, what was the question? I'm bad at this. Is spotting the same? Okay. For whatever reason, in War Thunder Sim, my experience has been it's easier to spot things at range than it is when you're in a flat screen. It's because you have less pixels, and for whatever reason in War Thunder, the less pixels that you have, I noticed this on an old flat screen that I had too, which had less pixels. They still want to show that there's an enemy over there, so it'll make like a black dot, but the black dot, because it's bigger pixel size in comparison to what it would be on a screen with more pixels, that black dot is much bigger and much more recognizable, so you can see things and see silhouettes from far range. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? He knows he's probably going to die in this battle. He's just having fun. Yeah, so in this, that's they don't have that going for him. From far range, I guess it's the case, but not nearly as noticeable as it is in Sim. So easier to spot. It's kind of how it is in IL-2, where you can see them from range. From medium distance, it's a little bit more difficult. It's where like the camo really, comes into play. But as far as close range, yes, you can see people very well. Is that a good answer? What's your PC specs? I might just get it on PC then. That's super cool. I don't know. It's like a pre-built, man. I didn't do a ton with it. It's I just got a good graphics card in it, like one of the newer NVIDIA cards and a decent processor. It's not the most like beastly build. It's really not. Let's see. Any other questions? With the spotting in War Thunder, I've always noticed I found it harder to see people when I zoomed in. That's exactly what it is. Yep. Because there's more pixels for the aircraft to be in, it's harder to see them. But the I don't know if that even makes sense. But that's how it is. When you zoom in from range, it's harder to see people than when you're zoomed out. It's super weird. I've seen games do half trigger pull stuff with the PS5 DualSense controller. Oh, okay. So it's not new. How long have I been streaming? This is kind of nuts. I've never streamed this long. But we got the altitude advantage here. How many people? Oh, plenty in this. Mostly the later Fokkers here. Maybe that's the earlier ones. I'm not sure. Yeah, the DR1, only one triplane. Where are they? We are diving in. We got so much speed for a World War I fighter. 113 knots. Yeah, we're actually maxing out the engine RPM because it's literally spinning from the air. We catching fire? I don't think we are. We're going to roll over on these guys. 3, 2, 1. Triplane in sight. Oh, that was this. Oh, no, it is. Why would I second guess myself? Yeah, some hits. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 133 is a high max engine RPM. That's wild. Oh, that is fascinating. Yeah, the stop width is not the easiest thing, even with the auto trim. That cutout is pretty nice. We're gonna keep going for the triplane. Some hits there. A lot of movement in the negative direction. Oh. Is it surprising that he's outpulling me? I feel like I shouldn't be turning with him. He's going to be able to outstall me. Oh, I got to straighten out so we don't hit. Pulling back. Come on, pull up. Alright, we're going to transition off of him. Or not. Totally intentional. Yeah, I'm trying pretty desperately to keep this thing in the air. It's not like the DR1. It's got decent engine performance, but it just doesn't have the wing. Come on, get the tail. Oh, that rudder is so sick. Not gonna follow. Ooh, pull up, please. Yeah, this thing noses over very aggressively. Does anybody know the history with the Sopwith Camel? I know they killed a lot of its own pilots, but was that through that specific thing, or was it from, like, ground looping? Oh my gosh, I'm shooting so low. Come on. Doing damage. Is embarrassing right now. Oh, is that in the pilot's head? Certainly looked kind of like it. Alright, kicking over. Beautiful. That felt like a pilot. Is his head over? I don't know. What the fuck? It did the same thing. That's so weird. It's gotta be me leaning forward. If it's consistent between the planes, it has to be my fault. Hey, he did go in. Maybe both of them. Yep. Oh, triplane? Oh, come on. Hit something important. So it doesn't actually tell you what you hit, which I kind of like. Like, if you hit something in the engine... Oh, gosh, this is a bad idea. If you hit something in the engine and it starts leaking, like, a certain color, like a black fluid or a gray fluid, you can actually tell what it is just by looking at it, instead of having to be told. I actually quite enjoy that. We killed his engine, didn't we? Or is his stall speed just that low? Yeah, I think he's down. Awesome. How many of these guys are left? 3? Oh, there's 6 looking. Decent. Oh, those are all friendlies. That's a friendly. That's an enemy. Red. I don't think we have a ton of ammo left, but we're certainly going to give it our best shot. Oh yeah, those are good. Oh, mincing him. Wonderful. Making up for all the missed shots earlier. Oh, he bails out at 10 feet off the ground. and gets the chute deployed. Wild. One left. One left. Where's he at? Feed me! There he is. You got him in sight. AI, back off. He's mine. Is he missing a tail? Oh, I almost shot the softwood. Few hits. Nothing crazy. Oh, yeah. Tail's gone. Pilot's out. Get out of here. The AI don't respawn. They only have the one life. But these matches would be lasting a lot longer. Hey, 4 kills. Not bad. I kind of like the Sopwith. She's nice. And then the ticket should start bleeding. Let's do a little bit of a flyby. What type of turret is that? Anybody know? It's not like a modern turret. No, it just kind of looks like a Maginot Line thing. Yeah. Beautiful. Well played. There's just something jugga about the World War I planes machine guns. It is satisfying. It's very fun. A recording from right eye must be left eye dominant. Yeah. Yep. J-Dog, you're exactly right. I can't, for some reason, I can't get the beta to switch over to recording my left eye. I'm left eye dominant, so I can shoot, and I'm looking down the sights, but you guys aren't seeing it from my left eye perspective. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Where do I aim to shoot down a B-25? Right in the cockpit. Or right above the, in the wing root. They do burn pretty well. Cheeks were mega clenched there. Are you recording from the left eye? Yes. Whole head is about a foot to the right. I'm pretty sure he's recording from right eye. I'm recording from right eye, left eye dominant. Exactly. GG, everybody. Guys, is there anything else you want to see? I promise that this stream is going to continue until people have questions or things they would like to see. And I understand that could go on forever, but we are 4.5 hours in, so let's just continue. Any questions? Anything you want to see? Don't feel bad about it. You're just going to sit there and look at the Sopwith. Have I tried the Spitfire yet? Is it wobbly like in War Thunder? Is it more controllable? So Brassman, it's actually more controllable, and it's for the reason. Use the carrier bomber, please. What do you mean by carrier bomber? Like the SP2C? You want that one? Okay, so Brassman, because I can show you with the hands. So when you're in the HOTUS, right? You only have about this much play between it. In reality, the stick on the Spitfire can move like this whole area, if not more. So when you're flying with the small HOTUS and you're just going like this, you're doing massive movements, and that's the translation, okay? So when you're in VR and you grab the control, well, now it's actually 1-to-1. So if you have to move it over here, it's not like in the HOTUS where you're going like this, and that means it's super sensitive. When you pull it over to the left, you're actually doing it exactly how that stick would do it. So if there's massive play, then you have to move a little bit more, which means that you actually have a higher fidelity and better control of aircraft like the Spitfire. So the Spitfire in this is actually easier to fly. Not to mention the auto trim, which of course makes it easier. In IL-2, I think the Spitfire is one of the hardest planes to fly and control. It generally is. In War Thunder Sim, it's the exact same way. Okay. You want to see SP2C? We can give that a shot. Hopefully we'll get a Pacific battle. That would be amazing. Oops. There we go. Now, I'm not a huge fan of this one just because the cockpit is pretty poor, but we'll see how it goes. Ian, so the only bomber planes that are coming are sort of attackers, and there are AI bombers, but none that you can directly control. So, like, the attackers are the SV2C, BF110, D4Y3, Mosquito, and Firefly, or if you want to include the Typhoon. Yes. If I missed one, I missed the IL-2. That's what I missed. Let's see. Can I get a bomb? I can get those bombs. Any other defaults? Negatory. Alright, so we got the bombs on. We are in a Pacific island. And let's go to battle. So it air spawns us here. No carrier takeoff on this one, unfortunately. But we do have midway. I think if we took off from some other ones, like a Saipan, I think they had a carrier. It's weird that they don't just have a carrier in this, to be honest with you. There is actually a resupply point, which is nice. How many people are in this one? So they're loading in. So we're going up against Japan. SB2C, massive all wings. I don't have the air brake binded. This is the canopy right here. So if I wanted to grab this, I could roll it back and then I could roll it forward. But it's so much harder to roll forward because of the airspeed that you have. So you actually have to bring the throttle back and then bring it back forward and then let go. Now I'm going to push that throttle back up. So I don't even know if there's anything that I can bomb. Is there? That could be a problem. I could bomb midway. I don't know if I should. Does the SP2C get a bombing reticle? Because there's no way for me to change into it. So here, I'll just kind of show you what a dive bomb would look like. So you roll over, aiming towards the ground, and we would like pull up towards something like this for the hangars. So now I'm pressing forward on the stick, and we know it's going to hit. So accurate, and up. Very nice. Now as we're pulling up, we can look behind us, see if the bombs hit where we wanted. Come on. Do something. What? Did they go off already? I didn't see them explode at all. Alright, I'm going to chalk that up to beta stuff. Totally not a skill issue in any capacity at all. Alright, let's go find some aircraft. We do got some 20 mils on this thing. Are they all trying to land? What are they doing? Oh, they're up here. What is that one? Kind of looks like a 51C. It could be a Q61. Looking at the guy at the bottom right. I just want to fire. Come on. Oh, dude, the convergence sucks. Yes, push the nose negative direction. It won't do it. That should be some hit. Yep. Got a little tag. Played too much there. I gotta lead even more. The vertical targeting, I know I keep saying it, but it's messing me up. I usually fly with it on, and it is very much off. There we go. Finally got a hit. That was all a skill issue there. What? 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 192 ammo left. Oh my god, I'm bad. Okay, I caught it though. Oh my god, I'm bad. I caught it though. Alright, we're good. For now. Keyword. Going back up. Let's save our ally. Pull back. Oh no. Oh goodness. We're going into a flatter, aren't we? We are. RIP. I think we'll be able to save it. Nose down. Oh, imagine. Got his left wing. There we go. Got the left wing of my guns to hit. Oh gosh, we got a tail. Right? That's a tail? Oh, 63. Never mind, he was flying away from us. How are we doing? 3 aircraft on the enemy team remaining. I haven't heard my back gunner fire yet. They do fire, though. Yeah, it's injured 47. Should I be gaining altitude? I don't know. Oh, they're over there. Snapping over. I'll tell you what, the SB2C does not fly like this in Sim. It's very, very aggressive in the elevator. Like, you kind of need multipliers if you want it to fly like this, so the auto trim is super, super helpful with this plane. How much ammo we got? 108? That looks like a 63. Oh. I shouldn't have fired that. I just wanted to hit a glory shot. Oh no. Oh god, we're so dead. Pull back. Yes. Thank you, dive bomber, for pulling out of a dive. Can't have that much ammo left. Yeah, got him pretty good, and so did they. Heck of a job, fellas. One more left. Is that our guy? Nope, only one. I do want to try to land. Let's try to land on midway here. Maybe these guys won't take them out. Alright, so what do we need? We need the flaps, which should be down here? Oh no, they're on the right side. Alright, let go. Oh god. I'm just going to fly with the thumbstick. Okay, so flaps. Flaps, deploy. Maybe I already ripped the flaps, I forget. Alright, gear. Gear. Going down. Eh. Alright. I don't know what I ripped off. We're just going to keep flying because none of that seems to be functioning right now. I think I ripped it off on accident, or it was automatically deployed when I first got in the air. Some aircraft it does, some aircraft it doesn't. It's kind of odd. Accountability? What is that? Come on, this is the chance. Literally stalled out. Oh yeah. Get wrecked. Oh! And the last bit of bullet right there. Last bit of ammunition. Follow him down. Hey! He's hitting the water hard. I mean, plane is. I should have been at all their aircraft and all their tickets. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Anything special down here? No. It is pretty detailed, though. It looks really, really good. I like the colors on the Firewatch towers. That's really sick. Bum-ba-da-bum. Is the single player only right now? Any news if there will be cross-platform play? That's a great question. I want to say that it will be cross-platform play, just because of the way that we've seen these things set up. Like, oh, we got that camo. Sick. Unlocked a bunch of shit. Very cool. Very cool. I do have those ground targets. Yeah, so I want to say that it will be cross-platform, because War Thunder's cross-platform, and this whole setup here looks pretty solid. Like, it looks a lot like War Thunder, just kind of reskinned in many different ways. So I want to say yes, but obviously there's no confirmation of that, so don't take that as confirmation. So it's not only single player, but like those are the online matches. So the online matches are these exact things right here. When I go to create session, it's any of these. So Berlin, Saipan, Bulge, Midway, Oahu, Smolensk, Berlin, El Alamein, any of these, Normandy, Battle of... So any of these, sort of how they are like in RB match in War Thunder, that's what the game modes are going to be when you get in online. Right now, they're just filling the online matches with AI, which is fine. That's just how you can sort of experience it. But the single player aspect of it is going to be when you hit game mode and you go to single missions. So these are dedicated like aircraft. So there's already an aircraft that you're going to fly. Let's see. Some of them say it, some of them don't. Like this one, you're definitely flying a P-63. I've flown this one on this stream, and I can tell you that you're going to be flying a P-63. For some of these, you're going to be flying... Where is it? The Guardian Angel, you're going to be flying with a squadron of P-51D5s. Yeah, but you actually flew the P-51 C-10s. All right. But the really cool thing is this. So, depending on what nation that you have selected, you can choose these very specific missions from this mission editor. So this would be the Japanese one? No. Let's go to a different aircraft. So like P-51 C-10. I can go to game mode, and I can go this, and now I've got all of these to choose from. And then when I go into this, let's say I choose Berlin or whatever, I can choose Berlin East. Where do I want to fight? What's the specific scenario? I can go to front line. I can be at enemy rear. We can switch it all up. We can go to scenario head-to-head combat, cover ground target. Cover ground target, vehicles ground mission. We can do air combat patrol. We could do a waypoint flight. I could change the entire weather system and do this. But this is all in single player, right? So you can't invite people to this, at least not right now. And I can change the entire time of day. I can choose the skill of the enemy, the skill of your friendlies. And for each nation and for each different aircraft, these are all different. So I can go here, and now it'll be like the Battle of Midway or Saipan or Iwo Jima. If I want to go to the World War I stuff, there's the same thing for that map, the Ypres map. So that's all the single player stuff. The online stuff is just this, which is actually pretty cool. Like some of these are pretty sick, especially some of these operations in the Pacific. I really find these fun. Any other questions? Oh, do a stormy map. I might to finish this up. Yes. What Japanese planes are there? Japanese planes are the ACES M3 Mod 22, Ki 61I Tai J2M2, and the D4Y3 Co. So here we can take a look at them. So fighter aircraft, obviously a little bit of attorney boy. This is sort of a mixed bag of attorney boy, but also, can have some energy behind it. This one, pure energy fighter. Think of it as the Japanese P-47. And then the D4Y3, which is a carrier-based dive bomber. That's what there is for the Japanese planes. When you open the map, you look to an actual map as well. That would be really cool and immersive. I like to do it with the scoreboard. So it's early and it's still just a demo and everything. But is there different difficulties like arcade, realistic, or sim? I feel like that maneuver would have ripped the wings. So no, that was in sim. I've done the maneuvers with the SB2C in War Thunder Sim. It wouldn't have ripped the wings. The SB2C is a dedicated dive bomber, so it's like structurally designed to pull out of a dive. So that wouldn't have ripped the wings. It is an aggressive maneuver though. I see some people flying with a stick extension, making it longer and therefore giving you finer controls for the spit. I play with... Oh, yes. That was to my answer earlier. Looking for cross-platform for the benefit of... Yes, completely agree with the cross-platform. It, needs to be cross-platform in order for the player base to survive, in my personal opinion, just because I feel like the PSVR2 community is large, but, it's split between many different games at this point. Many outdated games. Many outdated games. Alright, so I've been live for a while. Last thing that we're going to do. We're going to fly in a storm during the day. Before we flew in a storm at the night with the World War I. Oh my god, my left hand just died. Oh no. Where is it? Oh. What aircraft do you guys want to see me fly? That's the question. SU-27? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we might have to wait a little bit for that one. Yeah, somebody asked me earlier what aircraft do I think should be added, one for each nation. I went like P-38, some night fighter for Germany, SU-27, Big 29. Well, you can fly at night in this game? Yes, you can. Maybe 5 years. Is the Spitfire in the demo? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we can fly the Spitfire. That or the Mosquito. The Mosquito actually flew very well. It flew very well. So we can do Spitfire. Let's go custom mode. Battle of Iwo Jima with the Spitfire. Interesting. Let's go Battle of Britain, because of course. Let's go not North Sea, but let's go Britain, Strait of Dover East. Perfect. Maybe just Dover. Germany controls. Interesting. Yeah. All right, Dover. Let's go Bach sector, and then what is the specific thing? Enemies around friendly rear. Trying to set up like a solid mission here. Dover, straight to Dover East. Straight to Dover West. Sea East. I don't want to attack. I want to be defending. Head-to-head combat. Sometimes when I change these, it'll allow me to choose more scenarios. Artillery ground attack mission. Negative. I don't want that. Let's go. Friendlies around hostile sector. At friendly rear. Hostile sector at the front. I want like a bomber killer mission. Air combat patrol. You know what? Screw it. Let's just go air combat patrol over the Strait of Dover. And let's see what this does. What is that? Artillery defend from assault. Oh, defend from assault. Yeah, let's do that. Enemy aircraft skill. Yeah, let's bump that up. Let's bump these guys down. We'll go storm. And we'll go time of day. Noon. All right. Yeah. Last thing we're doing, guys. If you guys have any questions, how good do the cockpits look at night? That's a great question. They look very good. They do look very good. Oh, that's not much of a storm, is it? That's not much of a storm at all. Where's the lightning? Where's the rain? Weird. Take off and fly to the rendezvous point. Alright. So is this gonna be mostly a ground defense? Defending Britain from an invasion. The Germans have decided to actually launch it. Gotta be up. Beautiful. Yeah, so you see how much play I have? Watch how far back I can pull this. That is insane, okay? This is the normal play that you have with your HOTAS. This is how much that movement actually moves the Spitfire. And here's how much it would move it if you were to do it with a HOTAS. Oh, God. That's why the Spitfire is so sensitive. The gear is on the right for this thing. Oh. Gears up. Perfect. Alright, we're going to fly waypoint. Up and climb. Up to the left. Kind of a disappointing storm, isn't it? Was there one that said thundercloud and I just missed it? Can you actually control the plane by interacting with cockpit controls rather than using? Yes, you can. That's like the point. So throttle over here. The only thing you can't touch are the trim, and you can't touch mech controls. For some reason, the flaps here also aren't working inside the Spitfire. They've actually shown this one specifically as being something you can do. So I don't know if that's just because... Oh, see, I can do them there. Weird. Yeah, I can hit a button and do it. In other aircraft, you can do this. I don't know why it's being really weird right now. Climbing. Stop the attack. I thought maybe there'd be some air targets that were assaulting. I would really want to intercept some bombers over the channel. Canopy? It's about to get real loud. And then we can pull it forward slowly because we're doing airspeed. High amount of it. Is it nausea inducing? I don't really get nauseous from flying, so no. Like, I've never really had a problem with that. I know some people have when I throw them into War Thunder Sim in VR. Not raining in Britain, something wrong here. Yeah, especially in a storm. Come on. Could you briefly show the cockpit of the A6M? I can at the end, yeah. We'll maybe try the storm again. But in the Pacific this time with the A6M. Just give me a second. I want to run through this mission, see what it does. It wants me to fly all the way up here just to come all the way down to attack the ground forces. Yeah, there they are. The water looks very good from a distance. Honestly, the whole coast looks pretty sick. It's just not a storm. Maybe it would, like, develop, but I'm not seeing it right now. Yeah, there's it. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, the bombers are here. Yeah, I do. Holy moly! Oh my gosh. That is a whole load of bombers. Do I have friends? I got some friends. Oh my gosh, there's 3 of us. We're so cooked. This is bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, the humanity. Intercepting. At some point, we're intercepting. Oh my gosh, the line is so wide. Are those friendlies, maybe? There's so many aircraft. Oh, what? Wait, that was a bunch of friendlies. Those are aircraft carriers, aren't they? But they look Japanese. And then there's a whole nother fleet behind there. What in the world is happening? A Japanese invasion of Great Britain. What a weird alternate history that is. Okay, so those are the bombers we need to attack over that way. And are these a bunch of Spitfires? Are we just merging with a... like, grouping up with a whole load of other Spitfires? Oh my gosh, we are. Oh my gosh, we are. There's so many carriers. Oh, my mouth is agape. This is insane. Whoa, it's like when seagulls are flying at the beach. They all impacted each other. Oh my goodness gracious. I guess there's not a bunch of bombers? Yeah, I'm not seeing them. Alright, we're gonna have to find some fighters to pick off. The Spitfire feels so good. These... oh gosh. 109, 109. Oh! Alright, the difficulty's turned up with these guys. Oh goodness. Oh man, he's leading super well. It's hard to stay in line with where I want to be. Get the roll. Come on, control it. I need the HOTUS for this, man. It's a little hard. Pull back, exactly where I want it. That's a friendly, unfortunate. Oh, he's gonna have a shot. He's off. Yeah, we're dragging a lot of energy through this, and it just dumps it. Whenever I turn around, I think I do the wrong thing. Keep in the air. Don't wing stall. It's a spit, though. Anyone down low we can pick off? I think we're just flying defensive. Oh, nice. Our allies got him. He's bleeding energy. They should rip him a new one here. We're going to fall down on him? Yes, they did. Pulling back. My gosh, there's 5 of us. Oh, German on there, 6. Never mind. I saw the yellow on the tail. He's not all the way down. We're going to ignore that because we're smart. Vertical targeting would be a godsend. It's really hard to hit things over the nose on the spit. Oh, blacking out. Overheating just a little bit. That was a spit as well. Where'd all these 109s go? Oh, never mind. We're in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's not so easy getting a shot over the nose. Oh, frick. Does he follow me? Can't see with this mirror. In HOTUS, I'd feel way more comfortable looking fully behind me. It's just really annoying when I have the VR control attached to my hand, because I look behind me and my arm moves a little bit, and then the whole plane moves, and I don't want it to. Yeah, nice shot. Oh, a weight guy? Like a weight 109? Is that a Focke-Wulf? It is a Focke-Wulf. Nice. Not a great fight for me. It's a difficult plane to do it with. Not like control-wise, but in actually getting the shot off. Sorry if that's painful to watch a little bit. I totally understand. We're gonna have to wait here like an awkward amount of time. But we're getting the full experience. There is actually a bailout for anybody who's interested. I just can't do it because my PSVR2 controls. Oh, you hear the audio switch to underwater? That's kind of cool. The PSVR2 controls are missing a button compared to Oculus when it comes to PC VR. So, like, they have a button, and I'm pretty sure they're setting this up on Oculus right now, like the devs and stuff. So they each have, like, an extra button, which they use for the menus. So I have to wait for a plane while they could, like, bail out and stuff. And there is a bailout animation. The bailout animation is that the plane will keep its momentum, and you get, like, thrown from the plane, and you can look up and you see a parachute, and you're just from the perspective of the guy falling down to earth, so you can watch the whole flight for as long as you want. There we go. It's gonna put me in a new one. Oh, never mind. Return to hangar, please. This is super cool. So I don't know if they just fixed this recently. Do you really want to give up? You'll be counted as a defeat in battle. Yeah, give up. Huh. Okay. Maybe that's why we fatal errored. Maybe they, like, kind of updated it. To play a custom battle. Yeah, before I wasn't using the mission editor at all because... that's interesting. Because before I would have to, like, kind of restart the game. But now I can just wait. That's really sick. So who did I promise? I promised I was going to show the ACES M3, and maybe we could do some, what was it, bomber intercept? Oh, I'm sweating. Let's see. Do you have to check the dials to monitor all temps? Old Japan invading Great Britain. Mark Felton Productions. What if the yeah, exactly. I stopped watching that guy, to be honest with you, a few years ago. He had some good stuff, and then it got a little weird. ACES M3 mod 22 game mode. Let's see, what are the stuff for this? Let's see if we can get into a battle. Let's see, a battle of Midway. Not on Midway Island. Let's go. Ocean, Northwest. Head-to-head combat? Hostile sector at the front. Maybe we'll go Pearl Harbor. Oh, that's not Pearl. Pearl Harbor. Let's go Pearl Harbor North. And... go front line, behind enemy lines. Head-to-head combat. Here come vehicles. Ground attack mission. Bombers cover mission. Yes, bombers cover mission. Oh, this is sick. Was there a different setting for the storm? No, not really. There's rain. We'll go rain. That's what you wanted to see. Allied aircraft. Don't pay attention to that. I'm gonna turn that down just one. All right. Here we go. Yeah, the veteran is for when I got the HOTUS set up. Alright, so this is what the inside of the ACES M3 Zero looks like. It's super cool. The rain looks pretty neat, too. Alright, so where can I grab... I can reach over here, right? Grab onto the cockpit. It'll go itself. Maybe it's this? Nope. The canopy will close at some point here. Alright, so where are my landing gear? That has got to be down on the left. One of these. Can I look at it? Let's see. Altimeter. Where is the landing gear? So that's throttle. Is this the gear? Dude, I need this to go further. I'm having a cable reaching problem right now. Alright, we're just going to take off and rip the gear off. They're all there, I just can't find it. I'm an idiot. Off brakes. Oh, you see the rain drops? Hey, you see that? That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. I know where it is, I just... Stop letting me interact. I also have, like, an armrest in the way there. No, let's rip them off. I don't want them there. Yep. Get the other one. Yep, perfect. We're now more aerodynamic. Gotta love it. I like the gun sight. It's pretty sick. It's a little thin. It's not as bright as some of the other Japanese gun sights, but it's not bad. The rain effects aren't like as particle-y. Like they're not showing up on the front windscreen as much as they are on the sides, but they do have movement to them, which is pretty neat. All right, we got to meet up with the Japanese bombers here to attack Pearl Harbor. Pretend that we took off from a carrier. Guys, make sure to leave any questions that you have in the chat now. I'm probably going to hop off after this mission. I've been streaming for a very long time, and I'm sort of getting a little hungry. And it's really, really warm in here now. I'm glad the air just kicked on because I'm sweating. Oh! Oh, shit. Yeah, that's 47s. 47s are in the air. Ah, I was confident on that one. Yeah, they're just on a patrol. We ran into them, me and my wingman. How many of these guys are there? There's quite a few. What? Oh, buddy, watch your 6. Oh, never mind. These are friendlies. Come on, 47. Turn around for me. Ah, not nearly enough lead. Is it just me, or does he seem completely uninterested? Maybe that's what they want me to think. Let's just keep flying the waypoint. If they come after us, I'll, you know, react. No, he's just keep on flying. Yeah, alright, let's not get distracted. How much ammo? 154. Wonderful. We didn't waste too much there. I really thought I had him at that head-on. Yeah, so those are our bombers, I would presume. And Pearl Harbor should be over this mountain and to the right. Or to the left, I guess. We're going to be flying the ridge. Congrats on the beta, man. How are you finding it? So Splinter, they sent me a code, a Steam code. I was able to get in. Holy, look at the weather beyond the mountains. Oh, this is gonna be rough over Pearl. Okay. Are you going to stream again? Maybe at some point. They haven't told me how long this is. I have access to this, so. Is your PvP enjoyable or just too inconvenient to use while grinding tech trees? Is VR PvP. I mean, I think personally that it's the best way to play PvP. I actually really, really like the VR. Sometimes when I'm flying sim, it actually gives me a better idea for where my shots are going because you have a better depth of field. or a better sense for that. Bomber cover mission. Mode dynamic cover. I gotta fix that. Where are the bombers trying to bomb? Do we know yet? I'm gonna assume it's Pearl Harbor, but I have not found our bombers. And now I don't want to get beneath the clouds because I'm too scared. I don't know how high these clouds go up. For altitude at. Yeah, we're stalling out here. Yeah, altitude's 11,000 feet. Jeez, I think we need to turn around. Someone's wonky about the mission. There we are. Beautiful. We're just gonna have to fly like this. And there's somebody on my tail according to the map. What in the world? We're gonna slam into a mountain. Oh my gosh! What are you doing? Are you flying with thermals, dog? What? That is actually insane. I mean, kudos to you. You have the best eyes in the entire universe. I don't even know we're gonna hit the Earth. Oh. The slow fade to death. Oh, hey, look at that. Beautiful. That was kind of awkward. Apologies. I thought we were going to be going for Pearl Harbor. There's probably a way to do it. I just, you know, set the most... Oh, you hear the thunder? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I set, like, the worst visualization settings because that guy wanted to see what it looked like. Bot enemies? Yes, bot enemies. Alright. I remember that you could turn off the auto trim in War Thunder because I did that when I played ARB and Sim. It didn't. Is that option in Ace of Thunder? No, you cannot turn off auto trim. Auto trim also doesn't apply to War Thunder Sim. It's only to RB. VR is hugely helpful for depth perception. I played track IR for years, but decent VR is next level. Completely agree, Splinter. If you guys want to see some really good just VR footage, check out 71 Splinter. I have used some of his clips before as well, but recently got my own VR. So I've been using those. Looking through that chat, it seems that I missed some World War I plane action. Yes, you certainly did. I'm probably going to be ending the stream here because we're almost at 5 hours and I'm losing my mind. So you can go back and you can check that out. I'm going to be setting up a... Oh my gosh. I'm going to be setting up some timestamps. Thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate it. General thoughts, I can wrap them up here. It's more promising than I initially thought from watching other people's streams. It's actually really fun. It's really, really enjoyable. I'm very happy with it. Sorry, Rogue. You're going to have 5 hours to watch and go to whatever section of the video that you want to see. If you guys have any questions, I did promise I was going to stay here until all of the questions have been answered. So just feel free to lay them out. The entire point of this stream was that you know, if I was a viewer, I would want to just get hands-on with it myself, and that they're not making that possible for everybody yet, so it was just kind of for me to test everything, and I've tested most things. I've flown most aircraft during this 5 hours, and I've flown most of the missions, so thank you all for watching, thank you all for being here. Rogue, so it was specifically like a content creator feature for me to be able to show off the game. Yeah, so it's not available to the general public yet. Apologies. We don't even have a release date yet, but they're giving out the codes. Yeah, sorry. Does anybody have any questions before I head out? Any general questions? Even if you think that I'm probably repeating myself, just feel free to ask. It's what I'm here for. I can give general thoughts in the meantime. General thoughts, it's definitely leaning towards the VR users, and that's completely fine. If you're a sim player, it's going to be a little bit easier. Like, this will be the game that you go to relax, I guess. Rogue asked bombers. So there's not large bombers, and the bombers that we have are like attacker aircraft, but they're not multi-crew. So that means that you can't have like, you can't hop into the back gunner seat, and you can't have a friend fly with you like you can an IL-2. The bombers for the US, SP2C-4, Helldiver. Japan, D4Y3, you got the IL-2 for the USSR. Great Britain gets a few bombers. You get the Mosquito, you get the Firefly, and if you want to, you know, use the Typhoon as a bomber, of course that has bombs, and pretty decent ones at that. Germany gets the BF-110. No Stuka yet, although we have seen it in some art. On a scale from 1 to 10, you know what? I gotta say, it's growing on me. It is growing on me. I gotta say, as somebody who has a PC and has flown with VR on a PC and can do so on a regular basis, it's about a 7. It's about a 7. I know that's the cop-out number, but I'm sorry. It is a 7. But if I was on a PS5, like I was just as of a few months ago, and I had a PSVR2, and I was just begging to let somebody let me be able to fly a VR flight sim, this would be a 9 right now. It would be a 9 right now, especially when compared to Ultra Wings and stuff, man. I would be looking forward to this every single day, and I still am, but mostly because I'm making content about it, right? Now, I did start making content about it way before I knew I would get a PC and be able to actually try this now. But if you were on PS5 and you're interested about what Aces of Thunder is going to be for you, and you want it to be rated 1 out of 10 right now, I would say it's a solid 8.5 to a 9. There's obviously things that could improve. I really wish they added some more game modes, some more competitive game modes. I think that'd be really fun. The graphics are pretty good. I could work on some of the shadows, some of the trees to get a little bit more in detail as you get closer to them. PS5 VR has nothing great for flight sims. This would be a worthy title to get. Exactly, Ian. That's exactly my feeling. This game is going to be amazing when it comes out. I have PSVR 2, and I only want to see the World War I stuff in all honesty. Yeah, so I've flown a lot of the World War I stuff over this stream, and I put out a video recently. I need to make a new thumbnail for it. So, but that wasn't in Aces of Thunder. That was the Great War event, which it was in War Thunder, but with the same aircraft. Let's see. How does this look in the actual headset? Looks good on my flat. It looks really good. It looks the exact same, man. It really does look the exact same. Pixels and stuff are very, very well done. If anything, I get way more FPS. So in the headset, I'm actually getting twice the FPS that you guys are seeing on the flat screen. Just keep that in mind. And I'm playing with a PSVR 2 via an adapter to the PC. And all this stream, if you guys go back and you watch specific points, are being flown with the hand controls, like this, with the VR flight sticks, not a HOTAS. All right, the only thing I'm using that's part of a HOTAS is the rudder pedals. We're gonna stretch this out to 5 hours just so I can say I streamed for 5 hours. Anybody have any other questions? We got a few minutes here, 2.5 minutes. How's the flight models for World War I? They're really good. They are really good. It's going to feel extremely underpowered, and that's the exact point. It's really fun. It's more like you're flying a kite, but like not really, but like kind of. Everything is an energy fight. Absolutely everything is an energy fight. When I repost that video that went up yesterday, you can kind of see my general thoughts on World War I. The only thing that sucks right now is the auto trimming feature. It kind of takes away from some of the more specific characteristics of the aircraft, like the Fokker DV7 or DR7 had a lot of prop torque in the Great War event, and that's just completely negated. So like flyability goes way up because of that. So like I can turn right now at low speeds, but you could also use it very efficiently to turn left and outturn a SPAD. But I don't think a DV or DR7 is going to be able to outturn a SPAD without those specific prop torque things working in your benefit. Damage model is very good. Damage model, when you look at all the aircraft, it's the same as War Thunder. It's really well done. It is well done. Yeah, so just other general thoughts. There's a lot of game modes. The mission editor is really, really promising, especially for those who maybe are concerned that not a lot of people may get this. And I think a lot of people will get this, to be honest with you. There's just some things that they need to work on, like, telling us that the game is going to be 100% purchased, and then once you purchase it, you'll be able to have everything unlocked. And then the first thing that we see when we hop into the American tree is the word pack on the Corsair, and then you click on it and it says purchase. So that seems to be a separate thing, so that may be concerning. Do you think they'll add the option to remove auto trim in the future like in War Thunder? I sure hope so. I really do hope so. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. I don't see any specific reason why they wouldn't. The only thing right now is that they don't even have trim and mech controls set up in the controls menu. All right, so that's kind of a problem. Like you can't even bind them to anything if you wanted to at this point. Microtransactions. So it's not technically a microtransaction. It's more like a DLC. A microtransaction means that you purchase like golden eagles, and then you use those golden eagles to purchase something. There's no like secondary currency that I see except for your own hard-earned cash, which, you know, if you pay for something once, you kind of expect everything that's there at launch. Thank you for spending the time today, Ben. It's my pleasure. It really is. I mean, this is I've said this a few times if you've been here. This is a few times that I've actually felt like a true content creator and getting access to a game early. A game that I've literally been covering for 2 years. This is the very first day of this. This is a big deal for me. I'm going to be playing this a lot. Really getting a feel for everything. Probably making a few videos. Filling in a few spots of guide videos I've been making for months and months now. I'm kind of having to edit it since it doesn't seem it's going to be as complicated as it is in Sim. But we'll see how that goes. Thank you all for being here again. This has gone fantastically well. This was a 5-hour stream. I'm not somebody who streams very often. My throat is so dry. I just want some ice cream. Thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. I hope I was able to answer every question. I've seen the questions sort of dissipate. If you guys have any, please put them down below. This was the point of the stream. You guys ask a question and I just tell you whatever. All right, go and explore it. There's going to be a lot of timestamps that are going to be placed in this video afterwards, so if you're interested in watching the VOD back for specific points, feel free to go into those timestamps. It'll be in a pinned comment. Yeah. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I really, really do appreciate it. And gentlemen, it's an honor to get to play Aces of Thunder with y'all. I hope that one day we may actually get a release date. Thank y'all for watching one more time. Adios, fellas.